Me. Give me a moment. Felt like we should just start. I don't know exactly what happens at this point, but I've heard some things. I have heard things. Well, for now, let's try to get everything set up here. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Quiet me. Quiet. Okay. That is out. I'll put out my freaking notice or whatever. Then we're gonna start. You know what? I should probably just put up the freaking. I'll bring up the game while I'm doing that. It's gonna take a little bit for it to freaking start anyway. Either way, let's try to finish this up today. And then we'll see if I want to like actually play more of it whenever they add more freaking chapters. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll fucking see. Okay. Oh, oh wait, right. I forgot. Damn it. I forgot. Forgot I needed to change my freaking display. Eh. Because it doesn't like anything. It doesn't like anything above 1920. I hate it when games just don't have a freaking option to just, you know, yes, the ultimate hater has entered the chat when I guess you'll be hating when we get to the points. We'll see. Okay, there we go. That should come up now. I mean, it should come up normally anyway. Or is it not gonna game capture? Oh wait, right, because I was like messing with VR chat earlier because I like made a video for that GIF that's up on screen right now. I did that after stream because I wanted to like get a new background or whatever. I forgot about that. Okay, so we're at frickin' investigation time. I guess we may as well go for the frickin' obvious. The blood. There's blood speckled across the floor. I didn't notice it at first due to the room's restricted lighting. But now, after my eyes had time to adjust, it couldn't be more obvious.
I see.
Passes into the hallway, too. We missed these during the blackout. I mean, it's kind of hard not to. I'll wait for the ad go by. Just give it a moment. Okay. Speaking of, after the body discovery announcement, we embarked to the boiler room through this door. These blood spots don't look smudged. They were already dry by the time any of us got in here. In which case, does this be Wolfgang's blood? I mean, that's what I'm. I mean, it could also be the culprit's blood, cause like, you know, maybe he attacked them first, and then he got himself pushed into the freaking water, and then he got tased. Because I imagine that's what that is. I imagine that's what that freaking yellow gun-looking thing over there is. Yep, it's a taser. Taser gun? Pretty random thing to be lying around a crime scene. Definitely wasn't in the boiler room prior to the murder either. Yes, because they likely brought it with them and then shocked him while he was in the water, inducing death. That mean this taser gun was involved in the murder? Yes! Obviously. Closer inspection, nothing about the gun looked particularly strange. Even been used? I'm pretty sure this taser gun suspends some kind of wire when fired. Yes. Nearby were some yellow pieces of plastic on the floor. They're the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Have these originally been attached to it? Yes. Can't tell where they would have fit on the gun, though. Never mind. What's the point of making guesses when I can just get him to confirm? After all, someone who's a pro at wielding guns. Should know them better than anyone else. Right. Pro at gun. Oh. Well, I guess that's a way to knock him out. Yeah, we gotta go talk to the ultimate marksman about that. Hey, buddy! I'll inspect the rest of the scene first before I... Really? 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 Why can't I just look at the body? Half of the generator's internals had melted away, and what still remained was almost completely singed. Yeah, this is definitely the cause of the power outage. Could have melted the wires, though. Looked like a bomb had gone up in here.
That's...
Now that you think about it, during the game tournament... In a deep breath, I studied my grip on the controller. Pushed both joysticks as hard as I could. Then da boom! Da boom boom boom! There was a firework going off or someone firing a gun.
That's...
Did I forget the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else there at the tiny hall could have made that kind of noise, I don't think. My assumption is correct. The generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. Probably because the water got electrified. Suspicious as hell. There's no way the two events are connected. Also working purely off my memory of the boom. I'm absolutely sure I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Any way for me to find that out? I mean, it's probably on his person. He probably has his time of death written all over it. Is that a knife back there? Yeah, he must have freaking stabbed somebody. Really? Let me freaking just expect the body!
Aye.
Stupid! Boy, take a whiff of the air. There's something off about it. All those instructions sniff the air.
That's...
Smells like burnt rubber.
That ain't it.
Because of the busted generator, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. There is another scent. A real bitter one. Might actually be onto something. Like cereal and rubbing alcohol?
Bad news.
Indeed, I'm suspecting a mighty chemical reaction at work.
Eh?
From my fair share of travels across the sea, I'm no stranger to foul play. No stench worse than the one of a disastrous combustion.
It is how it is.
Thing is, I got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell is supposed to be that of a chemical reaction. Where else could it be coming from besides the busted generator? John's conclusion about the smell is wrong. Put it past him. Ozu's Moon Fruities and Tozu's branded vodka. Whack.
Terrible.
Generator over there is partially submerged in the water. We would be wise to stay on this platform. Worried about the water being electrified? But I managed to stay in it way back when. I don't see why now would be any different. Then again, the generator wasn't damaged last time.
Damn.
Yeah, since Wolfgang was kneeling in the water, we should avoid touching him.
No.
You don't know for sure if the water is unsafe.
Huh?
Listen to me.
Before you start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Yeah, like throw something in it. Saying that, Ava walked over to the pile of boxes and pulled out a light bulb. Oh, I see what you're doing. Sure enough, Ava went straight to the edge of the platform. Threw the light bulb into the water.
Look.
See? It's not lighting up. That means the water is safe.
Well,
Yeah, I see. I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolfgang.
Okay.
Are you going to? I think I'll observe from afar instead. Now isn't the time to be listening to your nerves. Hey, Ava. Are you going to investigate Wolfgang?
Uh?
Me?
Yeah.
Who else? Back when we mistook that dummy for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly.
Hang on.
It's different. I never thought it was real.
I see.
We finally advancing the investigation, her cool composure had all but vanished. Typical, I guess. Can only keep an act for so long.
Hello?
Nona, you're still here?
Seriously?
Is there a problem with that? I should need to frame everything I say in the worst light. I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting about something important before we were interrupted by the announcement. Is that why you were doing what you were doing before the blackout?
Huh?
Repeat that?
It's simple.
Blackout. Were you still with Ulysses when it happened?
Come on.
Not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. What? What? What do you mean? Do you mean it was like only one section of the building then? It was probably only one section of the building then, because you were probably in the pharmacy or something. You can't be serious. That blackout affected the entire building unless...
Anyways.
Let me rephrase. Where were you when the murder happened?
Sheesh.
Where were you? At Cassidy's game tournament in the dining hall?
Oh, really?
Really? Not what I expected.
Let me see.
Lisa said I spent this morning by the large tree. We stayed up there up to and including the time of Wolfgang's murder. So, yes, it was a very localized power outage. It was only the building specifically where we were in. Meaning the rest of the building is powered by other sources. Sounded like she had an alibi then. For the location she mentioned. Assume this entire building complex connected to the one generator. It made more sense for that tree area to have its own separate system. Hence why it didn't lose power. Courtyard though, was anyone there at the time of the blackout? Okay, can I look at the body now? Please? Literally where? Where? Knife? There's a knife flowing in the water. Because it was used, obviously. The blade and the surrounding armor can make something out. Unnecessary color of blood. No doubt about it, this knife must have been something to do with the murder. When the knife was here and not actually on the platform, I had no idea. Can I look at the body now, please? Really? Really? What do you want me to look at? Fine, jeez. I really don't like that. Like, just let me inspect the body so I can look at the other stuff later. Like, you do not need to, like, lock me off from that. Please. There's something red were floating nearby the generator. Someone looked like metal, or maybe plastic. These originally part of the generator. Colors and material don't seem to match, though. Can I do it now? Can I do it now? What do I have to look at? Literally what? I looked at everything. Really? 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 I hate this bit. I hate it. Just let me inspect the freaking body. If I have to find something that small that you can't even see normally. Ugh. Yeah. Eh? It's a cord in the water. Minimally length, I think it's an extension cord. What the hell happened to the other end of it? Another internal plug, just afraid of tip lined with black substance. The cord been burnt? See this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from something else. Storage rooms, maybe? I'm always in this condition, that's for sure. All the items we've provided so far, light bulbs, speakers, and fridge, they were worked perfectly well. What happened to this cord? Why was it even in the water? Beats me. Can I look at the body now, please? What? 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 What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? I looked at everything! I hate this! Just let me look at it! Damn it! This is so stupid!
Hi.
Where'd you move over here?
The struggle.
I important we investigate anything and everything we can. So I moved over here to investigate. Like you didn't want to be near Wolfram's body. It was the first from the message, something other than fear appeared on Ulysses' face. Curiosity.
Eh?
What is it? Look at the floor in front of the door.
That's...
Oh my god. Yes.
Seriously?
It's just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, it's still built part of the crime scene. It necessitates documentation.
That's not important.
Seriously, something this small means nothing. Oh boy, you're wrong, Damon. You're wrong. Could have come from the generator that pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. So much here he could actually document. Said he's focused on some flimsy piece of metal. No more reason to rely on my stealth. Finally! Just... You did not need to gate me off from looking at the body. It's stupid. It's part of the freaking crime scene. Just let me look at it. Just yesterday, Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us. Now he's dead. Had the resolve to commit such a needlessly brutal murder. Go so far as to mangle his body. I couldn't unpack it. I didn't know how to. This wasn't just some dummy idea to investigate. This was a real person. It was so far out of my expertise, let alone my comfort zone.
Hello.
Do you want to inspect him? Holy crap, did she really have to scare me like that? How? She was right there. Yeah, I do want to inspect him. Just the idea of getting close to him.
Where?
I'll investigate with you. It'll be easier for both of us that way. Right?
Right.
Uh-huh. Now I can actually do the freaking thing I wanted to do. Wolfgang lay completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness. His mouth was open as if he'd been killed mid-scream. Eva's expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcasts, make the worst of us. At times, I even hated him for it. But this brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in his final moments that left him so terrified? Was it the realization he was about to die? Mulling over the what ifs won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now, my focus should be to find evidence. That begins by investigating his body. Yes. The way Wolfgang was slumped over the platform, it almost looked like he'd fallen on top of it.
Focus.
See if his palms are scratched. So knelt down to take a closer look.
Huh?
Trickling out from under the cuff of Wolfgang's sleeve and onto the rest of his hand. Strange injury that looked like a tree sapling. Is this a burn mark? When I looked at Wolfgang's other hand, I saw the same thing. Markings that seemed to extend down the arm.
The hell?
Ava, look at this.
Hello.
Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. Really horrible. Like gross little veins. What inflicted them?
That's...
Haze are a little ways off from where we're standing, but I couldn't find anything to indicate it's been fired. Only other thing I can think of is the generator.
Is that really true?
Why the generator?
I know.
It has clearly been destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang got caught in that something and that's how he died.
Not sure.
Peter seems too far away from where Wolfgang is lying to cause burns like these.
Look at this.
Plus, the room's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it.
Right.
You're right, anything able to melt the generator's wires would have just burnt his suit to a crisp, too. Exactly.
Thinking.
I think Wolfgang received these burns outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave these markings. As for the actual place he got burned, guess we'll have to try and find it ourselves. Yay. That is if such a place even exists. Possible the generator may not have been involved in the murder. It seemed unlikely that Wolfgang made a detour for the boiler room after being severely burnt. After all, burns like his would definitely paralyze someone. Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Still, he must have fallen somehow. Might also be lying on the platform. Wolfgang's suit was completely crumpled. Far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into the pants, completely ruining the fabric.
Eh?
Leaning in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking out from his back pocket. It was soaked, it wasn't completely destroyed.
Damn.
I don't want to touch him, but... My thumb and index finger, I snatched the paper out of his pocket, taking care not to brush my hand against his body. Gingerly folded up open the paper, aware that some of the wetter spots could fall apart immediately. Found a message written inside. Some very ugly handwriting. Do you recognize it?
No.
Oh, the text is unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low-quality pen. Though, one of the page fragments of a message were still visible. Secret, 8:15 a.m., boiler room, close the door. Oh. The reason to get him over, then. This read a lot like a command. Seemed like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with him here.
I see.
Thought someone be the culprit?
Not sure.
8:15, that's a long time for the time of death, though. There was a struggle, or maybe Wolfgang arrived late.
There must be something.
Either way, this message is definitely a valuable clue. It's our only insight into Wolfgang's movements for his death.
Well,
Well, now I really want to know where everyone is at that time. It was about 8:30 this morning, so I was asleep when this meeting was scheduled to happen. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. Cassidy, Jet, and Mark and I would have already been in the dining hall.
Right.
Right, setting up equipment.
That's...
The other students, directly asking them where they were at 8:15 might be risky.
where?
Guess I would wonder where we got that time from. Exactly, and I prefer to keep this note between the two of us. At least for now.
Anyways,
This thing about a secret, what do you think that means?
Grr.
Well, I'm not really sure. Could be referring to anything.
Hmm.
Anything, huh?
Hmm.
You know what it means?
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail.
Huh.
If they claim to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. After all, Wolfgang asked us to meet with the person whose blackmail we had.
Strange.
Erlich Boiler Room is a pretty ominous place to meet someone, though. When Wolfgang's first time here, too, assuming he didn't explore this floor beforehand.
What could it be?
Either he didn't see the super obvious danger in meeting here alone, or he didn't realize and just didn't care.
Right.
Nothing changed anything about what I said.
Hmm?
Well, duh. Wolfgang knew this warning signs, his reason for coming might have less to do with integrity,
You see?
more to do with desperation.
Huh?
To know the details of his blackmail.
I see.
It would stand to reason.
Hmm?
I can hid this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here. Would have been valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. He was never really on his guard during this killing him, except around you and me, I guess. It'd be strange markings on Wolfgang's face. However, along the back of his neck was a massive bruise. Well, he was hit in the back of the neck, then. It's like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is discolored.
Damn.
Right. How did he get this on the back of his neck?
Hmm.
Looking around seems to have left it. Might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing?
That's...
Body really decompose this fast? Could, or could not. Probably depends on the environment. As in the temperature.
Correct.
Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm. Humid areas like this boiler room.
Thinking.
Kind of like dairy products, that's a good comparison. Tone deaf one, but sure.
Hmm.
Wolfgang didn't have this bruise yesterday at the very least. Did, it would have been super noticeable.
fair.
Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang and caught something else on his body. Near the mark on his neck, but not directly overlapping it. Red dot? Is that a beauty mark? No, he was probably drugged. And considering we have a pharmacy, it was probably used to knock him out. Looked like it. Skin around the dot seemed to be inflamed. Reminds me of a popped pimple. Sort of one you could easily inflict on yourself.
So.
I don't think this is related to the murder. Might not be, but
There must be something.
given the lack of scabbing, this was inflicted pretty recently, so we may as well keep it in mind. I mean, it just means a needle was used. Now I think about it, the place where Wolfgang laid was odd. What are the chances he would end up here between the only opening of the fence? The one spot where he can kneel over like this. Has possibly been trying to climb onto the ladder before he died? Strange, why didn't he use the stairs though? Even stranger that he was even in the water. Seemed to be everything I could gather.
Hello.
Hey, Damon. Since we've inspected the boiler room, we should find the students who left and ask them for their testimonies.
Right.
Going upstairs to investigate Wolfgang's dorm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. Victim's last known whereabouts are the best places to search for clues.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what they've been up to. From collecting testimonies, there were two other matters on my mind. One, getting Desmond to inspect the taser gun. Two, pinpointing exactly when the blackout occurred, in case it happened at the time of the murder. Walked toward the boiler room door, which had been left slightly ajar. So I began to pull it the rest of that way open.
Eh?
I noticed it. The doorknob. Something about it. It looked different.
I...
Hey, Ava? Doorknob, I think it's been flipped. Flipped? Are you sure? Look for yourself. First time we woke up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the inside, not the outside.
Is that really true?
Would someone be able to flip a doorknob, though?
That's...
By unscrewing it, probably. Okay. Why didn't you say something earlier?
Huh?
What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed it.
Is that really true?
Really? You didn't notice it back when you entered the boiler room with Kai? No, not even then. Might have been because of the darkness or my own nerves. Back then I wasn't paying attention to small details like the doorknob. All I wanted to do was enter the boiler room.
Anyways.
That makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob had I been there, but that's besides the point. Alright. Anyway, the discovery paints an interesting picture. The lock was now accessible from the hallway. You could technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning that if you wanted to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door right behind them.
Moving on.
Come on, we need to collect people's testimonies before the investigation ends. Right, let's go. Yeah. Seems like people in the dining hall. Probably would be a good idea to go there first. Or not. I guess I can't do it that way. Weird. A million questions rattled away in my mind. I followed Ava out of the boiler room. Uh-huh. Actually, Ava, before we go upstairs, probably worth checking out the storage closets first. Why?
I know.
Found something in the boiler room that might be related to them. An extension cord. Should confirm if it did indeed come from a storage closet. Okay.
However,
First, I want to talk to Cassidy.
Come again?
Want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? She wasn't much help last investigation.
Well,
Well, any help is better than no help.
Fair.
Talk to Cassidy first, and I'll investigate the storage closet on this floor. I mean, she's the ultimate she's the frickin' pro gamer girl. You gotta frickin' ask her about investigation shit. Cassidy was pacing around the hallway with a finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing.
Yo!
Oh, hey guys! Sorry not noticing you, and I was performing a super sweep down of this your hallway. A lot of words were wandering around aimlessly.
listen to me.
Put your sweep down on hold. I have a really important question.
Okay.
Let's hear it. Just don't drag it out on too long, okay? Gotta finish my sweep down before time's up.
You see?
Do you remember who attended the tournament? Game tournament, huh? Remember you slated to join kept their words, we had a full house.
What about...
People in total, Jet, Mark, Grace, John, Kai, and the three of us.
Huh?
Something on your mind? Since the murder happened in the boiler room,
Well,
wouldn't that mean everyone in the dining hall has an alibi?
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. She's totally right. Also, since we split into pairs while investigating those rooms in the hall, every pairing can vouch for each other.
Right.
Right, we all split up. What were the groups again?
Yep.
Jen and I explored Closet B.
Eh?
Storage Closet B?
Check it out.
Mm-hmm, that's what it's called on the map. Does she mean the map of the toaster trinket? Yes, obviously. Duh. What do you got? Why do you not know this, Damon? Also, storage closet A, C, and D. Those are definitely the rooms we explored.
I see.
In that case, Kai and I must have explored storage closet C. I remember clearly the two of us checked the closet above it and opposite the one Cassidy searched. In this map, the only closet to fit those parameters is storage closet C.
correct.
Grace and I investigated the closet directly next to Damon, so we must have been inside for closet A.
Yeah.
Please, Mark and John with storage closet D. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, Damo, since you're here,
Question.
what's the deal with you in the boiler room?
Huh?
What? Kai told us party peeps about Wolfie. He said you two went inside the boiler room.
How?
What did you do that for? You were supposed to check out the storage closet.
No.
You're not casting suspicion on me, are you? Me? No way. As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. I investigated the storage closet with Kai. We just didn't find anything inside.
Anyway.
Although we did hear someone run down the hallway.
Am I hearing you right?
Huh? For real? Yes.
Doubt it.
Weird, I don't remember any footsteps.
It's the truth.
I do.
Really?
Me? Hey, but did you really? Heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to yours.
However,
I just brushed it off as my imagination, though.
F.
Guess me and Jess must have been talking over them. Yeah, that would make sense. Those footsteps the reason you entered the boiler room, Damo? It's Damon, yeah. It came from the direction of the room, so I wanted to see what the person was running from.
For real?
Bowie, really? I would have just chased after the footsteps. Enter the boiler room after something like that? You weren't scared the murderer was hiding inside? My action just never wasn't much better. True. Then whose footsteps could those have been? I don't know why anyone would want to be running around those spooky hallways, let alone in the dark.
What about?
Listen. Oh, maybe they were also looking for a backup generator.
That's not important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the place this person ran away from was the crime scene, those sources were clearly probably the killers. Fresh off committing the murder?
Right.
Fresh off the murder or a bit after, depends what time we went downstairs. Either way, whether it was immediately after the murder or not. Brief moment, the only thing separating us from Wolfgang's killer was the storage room walls. It's creepy to think about. As bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels. Yeah, shh.
My genius is almost frightening.
Don't need to thank me. 'Tis all in a day's work. Didn't even do anything. Damon, I'm gonna fucking punch you. Shut up. You shut up! Okay, this is storage closet A.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look around.
That's...
Eh? Hey, but look! Rolling pin here, and handprints on it too. I guess that would be the cause of the bruise.
Strange.
What are you implying? That someone used this recently, not for its intended purpose.
I know.
Look, can you see how the handprints are at the base of the pin? You aren't rolling much dough if you're wielding this thing like a tennis racket, are you? Pin is also really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it would be clean like the other utensils there. Yeah, agreed. Only that.
Jeez.
Right, there's a dent on the pin too. Really? On the end opposite the handprints. Can you see it?
Weird.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Handprints and a dent, that's definitely not a coincidence.
Focus.
Does Pin have something to do with the mark we found on the Wolfgang's neck? If used to knock him out, it would not only explain the dent on the pin, but the bruise on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way in this closet, though?
Huh?
What do you mean? How did the pin make its way to the closet after the killer used it? Oh.
There must be something.
I mean, if the footsteps Kai and I heard were the killers, they probably chucked the pin in here on their way out.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened.
Huh?
The killer entered this closet and hid the rolling pin.
Listen to me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course, she and Grace were investing in this closet at the time. What if the killer placed the pin in here before any of us came downstairs?
Save it.
If they were out in the hallway, why didn't they use that as their chance to escape? She's right about that too. Does rolling pin really be unrelated? But it lines up so well to the other evidence.
Moving on.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else into this room. Let's keep investigating. Oh, she's speaking nonsense. The next she's speaking nonsense. The next she's totally coherent. I don't think I'll ever understand this girl. Sus. Yeah. Dried blood on the floor. For some reason, it seemed to pool right under this particular spot. Dried blood, like in the boiler room.
Eh?
Was the blood in there?
Correct.
I noticed you noticing it.
I see.
So,
Who do you think left all this blood behind?
Focus.
Well, it can't be Wolfgang, can it? Considering the sort of injuries he sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to have spilt a lot of blood.
There must be something.
Means the only possibility we have left is
what could it be?
the blood belongs to someone else. Yeah, exactly. If I didn't notice the blood here, would you have pointed it out to me?
Eh?
I would have pointed it out to you if the roles were reversed. That way you'd know not to step on it.
Right.
Here, I pointed out.
Thanks.
Yay.
Interesting.
Map says this is storage closet B.
Right.
Yeah, the closet Cassidy and Jet explored.
Look.
You see that?
Eh?
The box in the corner over there. Look. As I turned to where she was pointing. This is... I know what it is.
Yeah.
Generator, right? The one you were referring to during the blackout.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. Since I've explored these rooms before, I knew one of them had a backup generator.
That's...
Also, it has a backup generator. Wouldn't that mean the one who's restored power?
Thinking.
Well, if Cassie and Jet were the only people who entered this room, then there are the people who brought the power back. Damn, I'm surprised those two actually knew how to navigate a generator. Must be all there is to this closet. Next. The closet Kai and I explored. It's hard to get a good look at its contents in the dark, but I'm seeing it now.
I see.
Doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we can move on. Okay. 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 Brr, 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 brr.
Look.
This is storage closet D.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark and John explored this one. Let's see what I can find here. Is there anything weird about this room?
That's...
I see something behind this pile of boxes. Put my tiptoes to get a better look and...
Jeez.
Oh, so they really are here.
Well,
What's here? Extension cords, a whole bunch of them.
strange.
Okay.
Yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. The difference is you still have the other half intact. Huh. Turtle plugs are pretty slim compared to the other kinds of cords. The fact these cords match the one in the boiler means some killer must have rummaged through these closets for equipment. What reason they needed the cord, I had no idea, but this was still a step in the right direction. Besides that box of cords, nothing else about this room is standing out to me.
So,
Do you want to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
hmm.
Through all the closets now.
So,
Did you find everything you needed?
Yeah.
I did. Only pin in that second extension cord, there's no doubting the relevance of the case. At least based on what I've investigated so far.
Anyway.
Hey, well, let's go upstairs and collect some more testimonies.
where?
Finally! Fucking finally. Save. 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 Whee! Dave and I emerged from the basement on the lookout for anything which could aid us in our investigation. Oh.
Eh?
Right in front of us, a flustered Eloise was huddled with her back to the wall. Standing next to her.
Yeah,
Sup, you guys? Might want to lower your voice around here. Some stuff has happened.
What could it be?
Something wrong. Huh. Sorry, Eloise has a bit of a frightening experience recently.
You think?
I think we all have.
No kidding.
Yeah, the scene downstairs is bad. I'm talking about something else. After Tozu left, we tried going into Wolfgang's room to look for clues. When we stepped in, Sheep suddenly pounced on me. Mara. Sheep?
Oh.
She dragged me out in desert right after us. I've been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since.
Huh?
On the she you're referring to.
Shit.
Yep, it's Grace. Grace? Grace? She's been guarding Wolfgang's door ever since she kicked us out. Just blocking access to Wolfgang's dorm? What the hell? Can't let her bar us from entering his room. The class trial could start at any moment. I tried telling everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. Mark went to the dining hall, Diana went to the laundry room, Toshiko and Ingram went to the courtyard. Eloise and I, though, we're not gonna let this slide. We gotta get inside that dorm, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach Grace.
Think about it this way.
And we landed on something. Throwing a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start badgering her with questions. Poke her at her ego until it eventually retreats.
Safety first.
If you want, you can join us. The debater must be good at dishing verbal beatdowns, yeah? Right, yeah, because he's the ultimate debater. I did come here to inspect Wolfgang's door, so I might as well. If that's the case,
I'm out.
I'll go to the dining hall and ask Jet and Mark for their testimonies.
Eh?
Not coming along?
Where?
Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. You three can handle her. It tells me she's just afraid of her talent being mocked.
Right.
No sweat. Have fun with Jet and Mark.
Goodbye.
Ava left in the direction of the laundromat, clearly taking the long route to the dining hall. Should we approach Grace then?
Totally.
Yeah, let's not waste any time.
Okay.
Want to take the lead, Damon? Sure. I'm gonna admit it to either of their faces, but their plan seemed pretty half-baked. Because I was going to face off with Grace. Because she was too. Could a bumbling person like her be any help in a verbal showdown? Shut up! If anything, she'll probably make us look uncoordinated. Guess I'll have to do most of the heavy lifting here. Grace was guarding Wolfgang's dorm. She should be right around the corner. Shut up, Damon. Shut up. I'm gonna beat you. Oh, she was just right in front of it. Never mind. I was just looking at the doors. I didn't even notice her until I just stepped on her. Don't you two yuppies get it? You're not coming in.
Don't get it mixed up.
Hang on, we're not here for that. Maybe just wanted to ask you a question.
Back off.
He isn't coming in either.
Jeez.
Why not? I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Back off. This room is none of your business. Except it is. I have to search his last known whereabouts. To lose his dorm room by default.
See that?
What if I said I'd done the job for you?
Come again?
As in you searched the room? High and low. Want to know what I found? Nothing. Possibly that we need to see it ourselves.
Oi!
Think I'm lying?
Just saying.
There's a chance you could be, unfortunately.
Eh?
Think about it. You haven't given us any reason to believe you. Someone who's got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting so protective right now, you know? Gives the impression there's something you really don't want us to see.
Anyway.
Couldn't this be considered breaking the rules? Wants this game to be fair, but being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair.
Don't test me.
Even if it isn't, what are you gonna do? Report it to Tozu. Huh?
You.
Makes sense.
Nice idea. What do you say we look for him now? Tozu agrees this is sabotage. He might call Mara to help. Oi, it's not sabotage! Not hiding anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved.
Uh-huh.
Desmond never mentioned Wolfland's murder.
Anyway,
Look, just let us into the room. And telling the truth will drop our suspicions.
Gotta stay one step ahead.
Apparently, in those situations, we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy. Want to know what happened? Would want to investigate our dorms if there were anyone else who died. She stood there silently gritting her teeth. Then she stepped away from the door.
Okay.
Ew. Sweet. Thanks, Grace. Not the relief we entered Wolfgang's door. Yay! Good thing that wasn't longer than it was already. Fancy frickin' room. Wolfgang's dorm. Some of my expectations were correct. A lot of the about the room still surprised me. I anticipated the layout resembling my dorms and the door reflecting his talent. What I didn't anticipate was how messy it was. I mean, not messy, just really casual. Where the room that clearly been well lived in.
Oi, you.
Don't move things around when you inspect them. I want to keep the room as is. To be honest, I'm not sure why I was even surprised. What's up, Damon?
hi.
Can you check something out for me?
Easy enough.
In here, or
That's not it.
in the boiler room? Run a taser gun in there.
Are you for real?
Can't tell if it's being fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure, because if I'm wrong and this taser gun was used, it might clue us into the nature of Wolfgang's death.
No kidding.
Talking about is that big a deal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, since you're skilled at using guns, I figured.
All good.
No sweat. I'll see to it once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon. I mean, it fits, yeah. Eloise was kneeling on the floor, sorting through Wolfgang's bedside ottoman with a serious look on her face.
Hi.
Hey, can we talk for a second?
Give me a moment.
Okay. Closed the ottoman and stood up, now wearing the same nervous expression she always did. There's something wrong. I want to know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. Oh, when the murder happened, I was with Desmond in the courtyard.
Eh?
Courtyard? Yes. You can ask Desmond to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine.
It's simple.
Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right?
That's not.
No, I don't think there was ever a blackout. We're only alerted to the murder because of Tozu's announcement.
I see.
So my theory was right. No one had never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and always never experienced a blackout in the courtyard. Both those buildings must be connected to an entirely different power source. Yes. Oh, God. That was a really backed up blow of my nose. Jeez. Okay. Clothes were scattered around across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. It makes sense. She's been freaking staying in here for the last few days. Something about them looks suspicious. Bear. Bear. Large toy bear adorned the bed. Something tells me this didn't belong in the room originally. An intricately patterned couch side by side with two red sofa chairs. Even the throw pillows seem to be arranged in just the right way. Christ. Jeez. Someone also had a pin-up calendar in his room. This isn't what I should be focused on during a murder investigation. Oh, you think? You think? You think? Huge wooden bookshelves filled to the brim with the catalog books towered over the room. Even the titles most seem to be about the intricacies of the legal system. Although some were about cold court cases, rehashed with new evidence. Did anyone really read any of these, or were they all just for show?
Ugh.
We're not here for that, my ass.
Hi.
Really should be meeting my eyes.
Quit it.
I know you suspect me. I can tell by the look on your face. But I don't know anything about his death. In the dark like everyone else about a person she was so close to. Get a grip on yourself, Damon. Grayson claimed to know nothing about the murder, but what about everything before it?
Anyway.
I heard a rumor you became Wolfhound's new bunk buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How was he this morning? Grumpy? Happy? Sick.
Eh?
Eh? We were planning to go to the game tournament. Woke up with an ache in his stomach. I'm sick. That's probably why there was a red mark then. He probably took some medicine. I know the truth and Wolfgang planned to attend the tournament.
That's not it.
What do you say the opposite yesterday? More like you wanted another round of a chinking machine.
Watch and learn.
I would know. I interrogated him after breakfast.
No.
What, that's seriously what he meant?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, huh? Which is why I told him, hey, no, let's do the tournament. He was a bit finicky at first, typical for Soybean, but he eventually caved. One was a pachinko player? I'm not sure I can believe that. Then again, some of the paraphernalia in this room looked neither golf nor law related.
Okay.
Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday. Never come this morning. Don't remember the pirate was attending, so he suggested I track down that guy and partner with him instead.
Right.
Right, because he needed to bring in partner to the tournament. Well, Wolfgang, you knew I was miffed about it. Your smile said as much. Walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
Wolfgang said he was too sick to get out of bed, so I walked away. Really been bedridden. How did you find him in the boiler room? Didn't come out of his own volition, or he was never sick to begin with. True. Look on her face, I could tell Grace relies the same. That said, it wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy who's so gung-ho about honesty, you'd think he would confide in the person he's closest to. The letter I find inside his blazer have something to do with it? Only a few words are legible, a lot could be gleaned from them. For example, that mention of a secret. The rest of the note elaborate on, or was the word alone enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from information even he couldn't handle. Or maybe he simply didn't want to know. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang Akire deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? All I could find. Grace so antsy about people entering. It seemed to me anything suspicious lying around here. In any case, since I'm done here, I should head to the dining hall. Pretty sure that's where Ava said she was going. The dining hall, the dining hall, the dining hall, the dining hall. When I entered the room, Ava walked over to me.
Hello.
I've just finished talking to everyone here. Anything important?
Rage.
Nothing important. I didn't think Jet and Mark are taking this seriously. And like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they're doing. Does she really think so? Information definitely didn't bode well for me. I couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Unless I want to die in this game.
Focus.
I'll see if I can make those two talk.
Thanks.
Good luck. Mark had returned to his position by the equipment.
Hi.
Hey. Desmond and Eloise told me you plan to investigate Wolfhound's dorm. Grace isn't a guardian anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate.
It's nothing.
Just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. These investigators felt the difference between life and death, yet this part here was just stupid music equipment. Don't you think it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
I heard people are already giving Grace a side-eye for being uncooperative. What might they say if they found out you ditched the investigation?
Slow down.
Yo, hold on! It called out to us from the other side of the room and ran over.
Harumph.
You see Broski isn't feeling well, give the guy some space.
That's not important.
I don't care. I'm working on a time limit. Where do you talk anyway? Yeah. I think I might look on Brosie's face with her whenever you guys are together.
It's simple.
Out of everyone here, I think you know the least about personal space. No way! Sure might not like take a taco lug, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think we'd be hanging out so much?
Broskies always stick together.
Come on, Brosie, back me up here. He's not gonna back you up, man. He's not gonna back you up here. Time. Uh-huh. What time did the murder happen?
That's
9:35 a.m. Check this. Went to a small digital clock at the top of the music pad.
That's...
Huh? This is the time of the murder. It's like this when I came back here. I think the clock got screwed over by the blackout. So now it's frozen on whatever it was displaying before it lost power. It confirms my suspicions. Blackout by associating the destruction of the generator. Occurred at the same time of the Wolfgang's murder.
My man.
Nice going, bro. You hit the jackpot. Bet it's because I was here with you, huh? Sheesh, this is getting hard to watch. Shit. Why didn't Tozu fix the blind himself? Is the maintenance of this place seriously our responsibility?
Not okay!
The fridge and the pantry were stocked every day, though. Can't things just be consistent? Looking aside, he made a good point. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout? Getting back on his spiel from earlier. Tozu abstained from fixing the blackout because it's important to the killer? They could easily make their escape if no one could see anything.
Wait.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've been thinking really hard about those footsteps we heard.
Come again?
When we were in the Sora's closet?
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing socks.
I see.
Mention it did sound like socks on hard floor.
Uh,
All thing is be right about it, it has to be this.
Eh?
Me.
man.
Why didn't the killer just wear shoes? Think about it, the sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? Oh, sneakers, they got really squeaky on a smooth floor. And
Don't say that.
saying is you could totally figure out the shoe from the sound it makes. Know what shoes the killer had on, you could just look for the person with a matching pair. Socks? Anyone could be wearing socks. Or a person probably removed their shoes for that reason.
This sucks.
Just our luck. I mean, it also explain why some people wouldn't have been able to hear it.
Yeah.
Let me here's it. There's something funky about this place.
Come again?
What? I don't know, man. Everything feels kind of off. Place why though? It's fucking the crap out of me. Suddenly, just felt uncomfortable being here. I mean, are in this situation. Guess I can't blame him. Turn things have taken, the tension and excitement of the tournament was all but a distant memory. This room was now a reminder Wolfgang died right under our noses.
Where?
It's my dad, like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they're doing. One's mask bore the unspeakable nose and horns of a giraffe. Definitely not a live one, though. Cassie had clearly spent a long time dueling this. She must be upset with we didn't even finish a single round. First time people have a get together and they're interrupted by a murder. Back on it, the game turned and the murder happened really close to each other. The former began at 9 a.m., while the latter occurred at 9:35 a.m. It's the same hour. You can another look at this whiteboard. I can see why the killer chose to attack so soon. 8 potential witnesses, all situated in one place, too preoccupied with video games. And notice the world around them. Couldn't be more perfect time to strike. Forget about the mask. What's that weasel-looking thing? I don't know. Sheesh. Christ, man. It's right outside my freaking window. Fucking hate. Oh my god. Ugh. Fuck. Yeah, that was a freaking firework outside my damn room. Ugh. It was loud, okay? It scared me. Like, that was practically right in front of my damn window. Ugh. Like, I was trying to have my freaking window open to, like, let some cool air in, and then that happens. Just, ugh. Don't freaking do fireworks right now, in the middle of the damn day. Where are you supposed to go? You mean the vent? Can't hear the word the generator anymore. Okay, then what do you look at anymore? I'll skim through the kitchen just in case. Inside the cabinet, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Huh? Yes, someone took one of the knives, and the knife is down in the frickin' boiler room. Oh, looks like it's time. Oh my, would you look at the time? I dare say we ought to get this trial started soon. How does 20 minutes from now sound? Why not now? Great, great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. You don't normally get something like that. You don't normally get a frickin' time indication. They just frickin' go like, oh yeah, we're doing it now. Fuck you. 20 minutes until the trial?
Hang on.
Amen. She keeps scaring me. How is she scaring you at all? My man. Investigation's almost over. We need to find the other three and hear their testimonies.
That's...
There are three?
As I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana.
Jeez.
Hey, calm down. Desmond said they were in the courtyard, right?
I'm talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. Let's talk to Diana first, since the laundry room is in the same building. Oh wait, yeah, hot women scare. Hang on. I forgot I need to turn that back on. Because I was recording for that. For the GIF. the meantime, don't panic, okay?
Can't you see?
I'm not panicking. Said that, she motioned for me to follow her over to the door. Ava might deny it, but the anxiety which had been bubbling up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Although with how fast my heart was beating, I guess she's not alone. Yippee. Diana. Hi. Truth, and Diana should be in here. The room itself looked shabby and old. These machines were quite modern. It's like the room woke up and having that generator. There are bits of modern technology throughout an otherwise abandoned building. Just checking. See if there was anything else. This can't be happening. Anya was standing with her back pressed up against the wall, arms wrapped around herself in a tight embrace. Worse shape than before. Anya, I need to ask you a question. Oh. Please give me a moment. It's been kind of tough.
No.
The investigation is going to end really soon. We can't wait. Hey, sorry. Where were you during the blackout?
Oh.
Blackout right before the body was discovered. I was just in my room alone, doing my makeup. You don't have any makeup on, though. I was experimenting with new combination. Experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it all off already.
I see.
So you're alone in your room the entire morning. Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it.
Sorry.
Feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? All the questions I wanted to. Thanks.
So...
Think she was acting weird at all?
That's...
No weirder than the others.
Where?
Ingrid and Toshiko. Ingrid and Toshiko. Toshiko and Ingrid had retreated under the bandstand at the center of the courtyard. The larger girl was comforting the smaller girl, who completely hidden her face behind her fan.
Hello?
Have either of you been investigating? investigating? Toshiko lowered her fan to reveal a pair of puffy eyes.
Unacceptable!
I don't know. What were you expecting me to do?
Seriously?
To look for clues? Clues?
Impossible!
How am I meant to do that? It's not like I've had to solve a murder before, you know. My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. See why?
Moving on.
Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? Could be a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real-life testimonies talk about anyway.
Think this through.
Person acting odd? Maybe not at the time, but looking back, it definitely seems a little strange. Wanna tell him, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning I saw Wolfgang.
Huh?
Huh? When did you see him? In the dorm hallway on my way back from the pharmacy. The dorm hallway? So I was about to enter my... Just as I was entering my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang. What a coincidence running into each other like this. Are you already on your way to the tournament, Miss Kaguya? It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself knows better than to attend some silly party. Right. My apologies. But you, are you going to the tournament? That's correct. I'm going to the tournament. He lied. I'm just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there.
That's...
Said he was going to attend the tournament.
Strange.
Yesterday he told everyone he's too busy to attend. Soon he changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of the conversation from inside my dorm. The thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I are bunk buddies, by the way. I thought I'd mention that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyways, when I heard what Wolfie said, my first thought was, leftover clothes? I don't remember any leftover clothes. I figured I must have been misremembering, what with my aching head and all.
Eh?
Aching head? I'm suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from bed. So I'd gone to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I'll admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with a job.
So,
Do you know what time the interaction with Wolfgang happened? 8:10, I think.
How should I put it?
Conversation happened just a little after the morning announcement. That I can tell you with confidence. Yes, 10 past would make sense. The announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. She was already inside the pharmacy by 8 a.m. Wolfgang, you looked totally fine when you saw him.
sure.
Yes, nothing seemed awry. That doesn't only question what Grace told me earlier. If Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling you sick, or she was telling the truth. I feel like she was telling the truth. I'm pretty sure Wolfgang was just just acting very suspiciously, you know? Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. I'm ready to deduce an answer if I know what time Grace left Wolfgang's door. If left before 8:10 a.m., then she would have already been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang made his move. That's why she only remembers him in bed. If she left after 8:10 p.m., then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko. She lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in his door. Funny how she never gave me a time. What else happened after Toshio saw Wolfgang? That blackout sure gave us a spook. Toshio decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on. But we did watch you and your buddies pass by.
Eh?
You saw that?
How should I put it?
Heard it first, then took a peek. I would have said something, I still wasn't feeling my usual self. Watched you until you all went down the stairs. That must have been how you found the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right.
Too much for me.
Terrible sight. Can't believe someone here may actually be behind it. Let's just hope we can solve it. It's time. That's... Alright, everyone. That's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed over to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make wait too long, otherwise you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Get it? Because your trinkets can zap you. Anyway, let's just get a move on. It's time.
Fingers crossed.
You two go on ahead. Toshiko and I'll catch up.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Right. Trial time, trial time. Even I made the short trek to the room with the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling?
Beats me.
Words wouldn't do it justice.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty bad. I can't tell you how I feel when I don't even know what I feel. I'd rather we save the talking for the trial. Trial. Just a few moments' time, we were going to be down there. Down there in the trial room fighting for survival, using only our words. Damon, get a grip already. Before the door in the tree opens, I need to ask Desmond if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. Voice was steady, but his eyes kept darting around the room. Did you check the taser?
Right.
I did. Any findings? Just one. The gun's blast doors were missing.
Huh?
Blast what?
Eh?
Set on the ground. Oh no, not again! We're on to something, everyone! The Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. The Tree of Ignorance emulates the wonder of nature but does not achieve it. And justly so, for the ignorance of often aspires to be seen as wisdom.
Shit.
Well, we gotta cut this conversation short. I'll explain everything during the trial. Let's not keep this goat guy waiting.
Holy!
Oh man, this is really happening. We're so screwed, we're totally gonna die.
It is how it is.
Go in expecting to fail, chances are you will.
Game over, man! Game
Oh, I'm
over!
gonna think of fail even more because you said that. Then you're an idiot. My man.
Hold your horses.
Look at it this way. Who here are the cards more stacked against? 14 people working together solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else astray.
Are we ready?
If anyone's in for a struggle, it ain't the group of 14.
Do you think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly, luck will be on our side.
No, it's not.
was our sign, we wouldn't be in a killing him to start with. I say something first before we go?
Oh,
What is it? It's a message for the killer.
what did you say?
It's just for the killer. Person here who killed Wolfgang. Whoever you are, can you please step forward?
I want to help.
We don't have to do this. This class trial. You can just find yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already. Please. Despite Diana's pleas, no one came forward.
Come on.
If someone determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of one person's pleas. As for on the subject, I also got a message for the killer.
Dumbass!
Don't forget that the punishment fits the crime, asshole. Enjoy the fucking death penalty. Grace spat out those words and disappeared in the opening of the tree.
Can I go now?
Go, son.
Slow down.
Yo, broski, wait up! One by one, people began to follow suit. Guess if it's time to go. We knew that where the stairs would take us and where the elevator afterwards would deliver us. But everything beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty. There was no mock trial waiting us, no faux murder designed to waste our time with a stupid mystery. This was undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the tree. Descending into the darkness. It was the same elevator, the same slow churning of metal and echoing sounds of clucking machinery. And yet something was different. Someone was gone. Someone who I never held in high regard, but who was still a person nonetheless. A person with feelings, a person with aspirations, a person with a family. A person who I will never hear speak again. Not a single word. Am I ready for this? Was what I did during the investigation the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? I won't know until I do it. Until I face this trial head on. There's no way I'm gonna place my faith in the other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. Our survival depends on me. The elevator began to slow, stepping me back to reality. I adjusted my tie and stood up tall, when movement stopped completely. The doors in the front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance. I think I've caught a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
Oh, I think this bit is bugged. Oh no. It feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of a crime scene. My, how insouciant and chipper so many of you used to be.
How interesting.
After all that back and forth over a simple, how-done-it mystery, I'm truly curious what today's trial will yield.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that was a bug. Oops. Just to remind myself, our names are on the podiums, right? Eager to start, are we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to find your podium, just look for where your name is written.
The show must go on.
Come on now, up to it. I'm so excited. I can barely wait a second longer. I really don't want to do this.
Oh, crud.
I gotta do as he says, though. Otherwise, that enforcer lady might get mad. Knowing we were powerless to disobey Tozu, we began to disperse and locate our podiums.
Hey,
It's okay, everyone. Work together, we can do this.
we can't give up.
Right, guys? If we work together, we can solve this case. So come on. Let's do this for Wolfgang. Eh. Although her words elicited nods from the students, the expression on their faces told a different story. It was an expression I couldn't help but feel conflicted over, in a moment where I shouldn't have been focusing on my feelings. An expression of unmistakable fear. Ah. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial. Angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth, how they twisted my words and assumed my intentions. I'm angry. I didn't mean I wanted to be right. I would have been happy for reality to prove me wrong, for no one to buckle under the pressure of the killing game. But good endings like that only exist in stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted, and the events of today proved we were at its mercy. And there's our death symbol. It's just completely grayed out. So I stood there at my podium, conflicted. To think this tragedy could have been avoided, and people just listened to me. But who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to just trust each other? If Wolfgang had been so naive, if he just told people to protect themselves rather than each other, then maybe he would still be here. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the others may have failed at preventing Wolfgang's murder, I, at the very least, can solve it. I'll uncover this killer, let them face the consequences of their actions. I'll solve this case and survive. Yay. Yay. Trial time. Blackout, blood spots, the switched over doorknob. Yeah. Was I at? Right, I was at normal. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Well, that took a while to load.
Let's get this started, shall we? Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so...
I'm a tad sad that we don't get, like, the traditional, like, Japanese, imagery regarding, like, remembering someone. Because that's just, like, a standard portrait now.
You must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, or the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Can someone please break this silence?
Kai, shut up.
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice, but putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, Don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it.
How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line.
I definitely think Grace has improved in the voice.
Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
She's definitely
Wow.
improved. At least in comparison to the prologue, anyway.
Nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
Sure, it's odd, but I don't think Grace is the killer. That feels off. Like, really off. She's aggressive,
I'm not saying Grace is
absolutely.
definitely the killer.
Killer? I don't know
Just
about
think we
that.
should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, 'cause she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
Yes.
And me.
And Mark.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
My guy. What would we have to gain from lying about that? Lying about Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
Because we went out to the... We went out... Wait! We had a blackout, so we went down to go check on the freaking generator to, you know, fix it. So of course we freaking found him first. My guy, we freaking came down there to fix the power.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall.
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There was was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
That's because y'all weren't in the freaking building that had it. Like, come on. Why does this need to be discussed? This is stupid.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Oh my god. Why? Why did you make Cassidy say that? Why? Oh my god. Why is it that some people can recall a blackout and others? We know! What are we doing here? Why does this need to be discussed? Genuinely. I would be mad about it. Because it's stupid. Why are we discussing this? Why can't this just be like a casual conversation? Yes, and I don't like that. I never liked that about some DR cases doing that. I never liked it.
I got it. The reason not everyone experienced the blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected.
Like, can we just have that as like a normal freaking conversation rather than like having me answer it?
If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left
I
the
mean,
dining
yeah,
hall?
it is AA.
Why not stay put until the power returned?
AA is like pretty consistent in like making sure all the bases are covered. Like all of them.
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves.
Yes, the over-explaining everything thing.
And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones, too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me, too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
We just didn't need this to happen.
For accusing me of murder.
We just did not need it to happen.
Two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Okay, Grace, calm down. Punny, please.
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Loya Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh. He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Sure.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Hang on. I'll pump myself down a bit. There we go.
Let me provide some context.
Yes, I know! She's beloved. Like, okay. The thing about Chiaki is that, like, well, in some areas, she is, like, used for funny bits and whatnot, but, like, they don't, make her entire character a joke. Because her entire character is not a joke. She's not the butt of the joke. Like, you know, all the freaking stuff that she does with, like, she's all sleepy and, like, it's very silly and stuff like that, but, like, she's one of the most heartfelt characters in the freaking game. You feel for her and whatnot. Like, she cares about your well-being and everything. But here they just make Cassidy a complete joke, and it's, like, very... It feels like they're just doing the frickin' Germa bit without understanding that Germa is more than just the funny goblin man. Like... Come on.
As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
Mark, come on.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe.
Okay.
I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me, so when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
What?
In that case, Desmond was right about
What?
those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or... Oh, maybe had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but...
Yes. Yes, it's...
But...
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did. Course, Since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Why? Why do you think that?
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make up the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
And what would that be? Pray tell.
The hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
I think that's obvious. It means he lied.
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
More to the story than Grace is telling us. So many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. You solve this mystery and set things straight. I mean, Winona's fucking wrong. Obviously.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
It's probably the fetch quest. Since that's the information we know is probably true.
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't
No,
lie about
wait,
what
no,
he said.
not that one. Not that one.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
So Major just accepting Grace's testament, but is she necessarily at fault for that?
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
No.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What are my options again?
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
Blood spots.
You're not helping.
Tournament time, probably. "9 a.m. I'm pretty sure that means timeline. Hang on, I'm trying to like figure out where I need to put it anyway. Maybe it's on the agree?
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last
probably
I saw
on the
Wolfgang,
agree.
he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang was sick.
Oh,
Maybe
apparently not.
Grace has some kind of reason for lying about what Wolfgang said this morning.
How? If anything, telling you the truth is putting my ass on the line.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I'm just trying to like figure out like the specific usage right now. I mean, it's probably the frickin'... Oh. No, continue. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get up. Get
Why
up,
don't
boy.
you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by...
No, that's wrong!
I thought it would have been the agree, honestly, but...
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Because he left?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes. I remember now. Ingrid. She had developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting goose, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
I mean, he was probably going to go see someone.
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
The note. Come on. The freaking note.
This is it. During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink, but some parts are still legible.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
I really wish they would keep Cassidy on this end of things, where she's just like, where she's just asking questions and, you know, like, doing the actual things that, like, should be known for doing. Because, knowing her, she's probably played, you know, Ace Attorney and all that shit. Why isn't she leaning on that stuff?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
was to remove her from the picture. Yeah. Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Well, about that.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Or. He was gonna try to kill someone.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally. Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo, person who Wolfgang had blackmail on. If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey, person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail. If you're innocent, say something already.
If I'm innocent, I should say something. I mean, telling everyone I have really guarantee my innocence in their eyes. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they would find you suspicious. Well, everyone may follow my direction during the trial since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. It comes to me, of all people, owning Wolfgang's blackmail. How do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? I chastise if you're not revealing this blackmail sooner. Maybe they'll think I'm confessing and confuse me of murdering him. Like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but I do really want to subject myself to that. The trajectory of this trial will depend on whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Eh?
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
Oh my god.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it, if you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
Aye, I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth! Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
Reveal my blackmail right now. Would everyone here treat me the same? Would they be just as forgiving? Would they? Because if you have the blackmail, you certainly could be in trouble for revealing it.
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit.
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure, but unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
Just because he has the blackmail does not make him the killer, but you can't rule it out.
The cases, or...
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to, but I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
No? Where does he have a freaking stab wound? What do you mean?
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him.
She's always been this weird, yes.
And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
Yes. Sure, that does mean someone was stabbed, but that does not mean Wolfgang was stabbed. He could have stabbed his killer. Like, come on.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Huh. Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
Killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room. No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong. He's kneeling in the water and his upper body slumped over in the concrete. There's no way he was freaking stabbed, people. Come on. He was the one who did the stabbing.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him.
No.
No, that's wrong! Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
Like, having Damon going, everyone around me is fucking morons and constantly being proven right is not great. Yeah.
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
It's not a good look.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man, it's not like I didn't try. It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Mark, give him a break.
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
Why did they make her like this? She could have been written so much better.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from
She
a
deserved
stonefire,
so much better.
or a hot iron, or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Chiaro... Huh?
Ooh, now this I know. Chronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims. Getting struck by lightning.
Yes, which means
is
he
like
was
getting
electrocuted.
kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
It means he was shocked. And since there's a taser nearby, well... You have your answer.
Well, if I had to guess... Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
But we have other sources that could cause it, buddy.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps a deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One
Yes, we
look
are
was all
stuck
it
with
took
him.
for me to know that.
It's so obvious what we need to infer, but he's still an idiot.
If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
No.
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
There's literally a freaking generator downstairs that can produce electricity. Like, can you not infer this? Like, come on.
This is it. Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do.
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure.
Sure.
The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Probably.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room.
Because his information gathering is very powerful.
Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
But how do you think it was destroyed? Do you think during that destruction, Wolfgang was killed with the generator? Perhaps?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor. To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Right.
I mean, of course it was.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator,
She
well, it's hard to
touches
say
butt.
for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Ma'am, come on.
2 things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence?
Winona. Ma'am, I can't trust you for shit because you hate unions. Like, I think that makes you very untrustworthy.
Funny how the standard shift, if so.
That?
Yeah, we're doing truth blades again. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to, like, use the frickin' DJ pad clock. Probably. Because, like, we know the time. We know the exact time that it happened. And it was the time that he died. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Use it on the right remark, yes. Yeah, it's probably the
While the
DJ.
generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout. If it was already broken prior to the tournament.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the...
I'll cut through those
No.
doors.
No. cop.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament. Mark's DJ pad. While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet.
Well, Mark, is this true?
Obviously.
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Stop pestering him. He practically already told you.
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened and...
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive.
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area.
Yes, because we go in it and it's not conductive. It's not conductive source of water.
So, I tested the water. I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough.
No, but then you have two sources actually, because of the freaking taser. It was conductive in that moment. Oh my god. She's leaving that out.
Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding
She
miles
left that
scorched.
out intentionally.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
The extension cord. Maybe.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is pure.
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Obviously. No. No.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
Yes?
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
Yes.
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Perhaps it was a personal one.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
I mean, I could see Wolfgang having a taser. It makes sense knowing he's a official law. An official in law.
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
My guy, you're being an idiot.
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
I mean, yeah, there's also that. Because he could very much have other weapons in his room.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I'd say it's a bit more fitting for Wolfgang to have it.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
I mean, even if it was, okay. Why would it be his if he would be very willing to tell you about, like, how a wireless taser works? Like, I think it'd be weirder if he didn't tell you about it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
Okay. Blackmail, I guess?
I got it. The blackmail Tozu gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
Weapons at hand, Desmond guards the only one he trusts.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone.
I mean, he also has a freaking... He also has a storage area for his arrows there, so, you know.
He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together.
A quiver.
Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller.
Christ.
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
He's right. He's right. He's fucking right. He just is.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
Grace, no. That does not mean shit.
Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But...
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with
I got it.
Consent.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Okay. That's a good line for her.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
Well, and from what we know of previous games, even if someone was an accomplice, they would not be safe if the Blackened got away. They would die too. So there's no reason to be an accomplice, besides being threatened to be.
That's right. And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS.
Cass, please. You went back to bad again.
Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
They could have done so much better with her.
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again. But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Nope, not really.
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah, besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
Yeesh.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Wanna try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
I mean, I think the group... I don't think it's necessarily that. It's more just like... Go with the one that's the most obvious. How did he get the bruise?
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
Anyway, it's obviously the freaking rolling pin, because, like, what else? What else causes that?
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have... I got it.
Kai's right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind.
I mean, obviously.
Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
There was a frickin' rolling pin in the storage room that had fingerprints on it, and also had a mark. Was also slightly bent because it hit something.
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Bam! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
Let's
So
wait
let
a
me
moment.
get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Jet and I checked Closet B. Damon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after
That one.
No, that's wrong!
Diana.
The footsteps.
There's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time. When the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator, Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jet and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So,
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Yes.
Hold on! So the killer had been right next to us?
Doy, that's a given.
huh? How are you so calm after hearing that?
Do you not know, Cassidy?
The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda... socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
Yes.
Because their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, We might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor.
Like they were heels or something.
Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
What?
This is gonna be a misdirection.
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
This is so gonna be a misdirection.
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
Is you! Ugh.
It has to be you! Diana, it's you, isn't it?
It's because she only has she's the only one who doesn't have an alibi. But that does not mean she is the killer. It's just she's the only one with the without an alibi.
Her? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys, if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
I'd personally disagree because I like running in heels. But, you know.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava? You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
Yep, misdirection.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cash set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Yeah, I don't believe this.
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer.
It does not. This is not where we're going.
No! I refuse to believe it!
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand,
Oh, shit.
the knife in the other.
Ah!
Dual wielding weapons?
How did I miss twice?
If
Could she be the one with the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife too. Wounded herself? Did we not already agree? The killer was wielding a rolling pin? Both. The rolling pin in one.
No, that's wrong!
Wrong! Oh! Because there's fingerprints on two
The
sides.
killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are two handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
Hey. About that, it's what his blackmail says. He hides behind the wolf. He hides behind the sheepish exterior, but he has a wolfish mind, which means he's a bit predatory.
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
No, that's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury.
Darling. Sweetie. Honey. You're a makeup artist. You can easily hide your wound.
But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
Makeup.
I got it. Her talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No. No. But
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds?
Oops.
Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her.
I don't know, this feels off.
How cruel!
Diana, It wasn't me! I promise, it wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least
Yeah, I don't believe this for a freaking moment. I don't feel this is the right course of action here.
Her side?
Well, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote. No.
Vote. That's right, we have to vote for the killer. Diana have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's a killer. Proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No.
Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Because you know something's off. This tiny part of me wants to believe the things she's saying. Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Diana telling the truth? How is that possible? I already know the truth. Can't be possible, not unless...
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him.
No.
No, that's wrong! Hold on. Grace, you're overlooking a crucial detail. Do you recall the note I found in Wolfgang's blazer pocket? It asked him to meet in the boiler room at 8:15 a.m. But, according to the Tozu tablet, he died over an hour later at 9:35 a.m. That means Wolfgang didn't die right after he got to the boiler room.
What's your point?
My point is that the killer had no reason to lure Wolfgang to the boiler room and then wait over an hour to kill him.
I mean, yeah.
There's no guarantee another person won't enter the room during that time. It's in the killer's best interest to be in and out of there as fast as possible. When we originally discussed the note, we lacked the context to properly understand this time discrepancy. But if we go with your idea that Diana killed Wolfgang immediately, then that discrepancy becomes all too clear.
How do you know Wolfgang didn't just arrive late?
He was already on his way when I ran into him at 8:10 a.m. He must have arrived on time.
Same goes for the killer. I doubt Wolfgang would stay in the boiler room for long if no one came to meet him. For that reason, we can assume Wolfgang was knocked unconscious soon after he arrived. But there's such a long period of time between him being knocked out and him being killed. Unless you want to tell me he and Diana were in an hour-long struggle, then I'm sure there's more to the mystery here.
I mean, an hour-long struggle would be really weird. Really weird.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, damn.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you see this is a trick? All of Diana's blubbering and crying is just a farce to make us think she's innocent.
I wouldn't fall for a farce like that. My only concern is the evidence not adding up.
If you're still not convinced Diana is the killer, then let me show you something you overlooked. I call it undeniable fucking proof!
Do you? Do you, Grace?
I don't give a damn what Diana says! Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
If Diana lured Wolfgang downstairs, why would she take over an hour to kill him? It doesn't make sense. Not when there's a risk of someone else entering the boiler room.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door.
I'll cut through those words. The boiler room door can't be relied upon here. If Diana locked it, she would be trapping herself inside the boiler room.
What?
The doorknob has been flipped so that the keyhole faces inside, while the lock faces outside. Had you investigated the crime scene more closely, you might have realized this detail sooner. In any case, locking the door would lock everyone inside the room, not outside. If Diana was the killer, she'd be better off leaving the door open.
How the heck do you even flip a doorknob? Sounds like something only a tradesperson could do.
Meh. You really think so? Swapping a doorknob is easy. Well, last time I did anything like it was a while ago, but everyone here knows knobs are screwable, right? If you get a screwdriver and know what you're doing, you can rotate a doorknob quick smart.
If you can swap a doorknob, then I guess anyone can.
Right on. Wait, are you saying that like it's a bad thing, or?
He's looking down on you, yes.
Is that why Diana remained in the boiler room after Wolfgang died?
What do you make of the footsteps then? If they were Diana's, it would imply she escaped the boiler room. How do you suppose she did that?
The thin piece of metal. Like, it's the hairpin. Like, come on. It's right there.
This is it. Near the boiler room door, I discovered a thin piece of metal. At first glance, it didn't look important, but if you were to fold it in half, theoretically, it would look like a hairpin.
Ah, she used the classic maneuver, picking a lock with a hairpin. It can be done, it just takes a bit of practice.
Diana probably had this hairpin inside her makeup bag, so she used it to fiddle with the lock until it eventually came undone, which, judging by the timing of her footsteps, happened late into the blackout.
Messing with a lock in pitch blackness. Whew, now that would be impossible for me.
Right. Even if Diana did access light, like through the Tozu trinket, undoing the lock would still be difficult. Way too difficult of a situation to deliberately put herself in.
Someone locked her in.
I got it. Someone else must have locked the door.
What?
If we go with our current train of thought, the doorknob was rearranged so you could only lock it from the outside. It doesn't make sense for Diana to rearrange the lock, enter the room, and deliberately trap herself inside.
I mean, yeah, that's stupid.
Which means someone else must have locked the door. I know this doesn't necessarily clear Diana's suspicion, but it's strange enough to warrant further investigation.
I'd rather resolve this thread before we move on to voting.
Agreed. We could easily miss something important if we turn our noses away.
So, why did this mystery person close the door in the first place?
What if they saw the scuffle between Wolfie and Diana and closed the door to protect themselves?
Instead of seeking help? Or trying to stop the scuffle?
You say that like closing the door isn't exactly what you would do.
What kind of asshole do you take me for?
The biggest one?
Any chance they locked it to prevent Diana from escaping?
And somehow unscrewed the doorknob without drawing attention to themselves?
Didn't you hear him? He's talking about the door being locked, not the doorknob being unscrewed.
Unless two entirely different people just so happen to interfere with the boiler room at two entirely separate intervals. The one who locked the door is most likely the one who flipped it, yes?
Yes.
Then you should be wondering the same thing. How did they unscrew the doorknob without catching anyone's attention?
Yeah, doesn't sound possible.
Not in the moment, it isn't. But what if the doorknob had been swapped beforehand? Say this person knew Wolfgang and Diana were coming to the boiler room. They could have swapped the knob in advance, waited for Diana and Wolfgang to enter, and then closed and locked the door.
So the flipping of the doorknob was premeditated?
With what we currently know, I'd wager it's our safest assumption.
Yeah.
At least until we hear Diana's side of the story.
Diana, since you were the last person with Wolfgang, your testimony could be our most valuable piece of evidence yet. You need to tell me what happened. If not for me, or for you, then at the very least, do it for Wolfgang's sake.
I'm sorry. I'm really I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay, but all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or?
No!
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. and I don't know who did.
But she witnessed it.
But I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
Kai, just shut up. What am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. I can't piece together my own thoughts. How can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever is thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because if I don't, everyone else here votes wrong. I won't leave this place alive.
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time.
Oh my god.
If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip.
Of course.
Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music.
Okay.
Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same.
Yeah.
That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided.
Yes, our sheep.
It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson. Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea.
You would say that.
Ta-ta!
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself. Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was... 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak with those whose blackmail we have obtained. Receiving your blackmail, reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting with the two of us is warranted. 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There's always a chance someone can hear. Wolfgang.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note...
It's different, isn't it?
Doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right.
Yes, which means it was a fake note.
Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged, the words I can make out were in the same messy scroll as Diana's here.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier. Because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang, in case he really did write the note. Which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No. It was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit. But I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark. So the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him.
Oh.
Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
Oh, is this the altar?
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Oh, yep. The wolf is coming out.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look, there's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But, okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer, and I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow...
Uh-oh.
Somehow I didn't think to react.
Yep, there's the wolf.
When he reached inside his blazer.
I knew it. I knew he was in there. I knew it. Based on the freaking wording, I knew the wolf was in there.
Rain, we're back.
Ooh. Cool. He's delusional.
Bring her
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with. And that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you.
Yes, because the inspirational man that is kind and all that is a lie.
I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang.
Damn, that's a good visual.
In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else.
She watched him die.
Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it. His body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
Yes, so the taser was used as a way to... The taser was used to just blame her.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
But why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
Because he's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
I know how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true. I could never become you. How would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
Something tells me... I don't think we have it here, but... The blackmail. The blackmail. The blackmail has his mother on it, which is red-haired. Could he have believed that Diana was his mother in that moment because of the similar hair color? Not exactly, but possibly. And considering he was jabbed with a drug, I imagine he was freaking drugged or something. He probably was hallucinating.
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors, that's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs, so that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with...
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room. By which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
I mean, it'd have to be after. It would have to be after because of the footsteps we heard.
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark, so I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it, and stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
Yeah.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second. I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep.
Skin deep.
There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy crap! That's awful!
It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Which is why I think he believed he saw his mother through Diana.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters, or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now, what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
The pharmacy.
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
Cassidy, come on.
The pharmacy, obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang. Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you!
I predicted exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then, all I did was... Then again, nobody would have listened to me. Especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging?
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Yeah. Yes. Rawr.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Pinning down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. Question is, how did the killer drug him? I mean, the jab. I'm pretty sure it's the freaking neck. You can see it on his neck. Like, come on. Come on, baby.
The killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him.
Got it.
Easy.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, It was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out. If Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m., then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
Yes, because it goes directly into your bloodstream.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around. Only when they had him right where they wanted, dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, we really can't assign a suspect.
Then you just need to dig deeper.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
Many coincidences, yes.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
Don't give up. Till everyone knows me as.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Yes.
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
But there's something more there.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
She's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
True murder weapon. Also, there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet. Grasping at straws by thinking something like that.
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial.
Ava! It's you!
The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
Ava, it's so you.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be. Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
Yeah.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed the generator?
Mm-hmm.
What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley.
Jeez.
Alright, everyone, let's put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure. Ready? On your marks, get set, go!
I mean, it's probably the shrapnel. Because what else is there?
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides it was involved.
No, that's wrong!
Ava.
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
You mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion. Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color and lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
Mm-hmm. Floating near it was another out-of-place item. The cord.
This is it. In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside Storage Closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage Closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits, even though we don't know what they are.
Right, the red shrapnel. Definitely isn't debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? It's probably, it's obviously another device. So far, nothing in the boiler room can be directly tied to the shrapnel. At least not any of the clues that have already been discussed in this trial. Whatever flip-like thinking and consider clues we haven't discussed yet. There's no proof what I have in mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all the other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one that hasn't. The one thing the mysterious shrapnel might be related to. The odd smell, perhaps.
This is it. Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did...
Even that save.
Well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal, or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility
Yes.
that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
Kai, come on.
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes... When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in my dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
I mean, yeah. You gotta make your stuff. Slabs of metal. Why does that sound so familiar? Hold on, that's right. Ingrid said just now is similar to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. We're talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talents. Could the shrapnel actually be the remnants, the unique device that guy boasts about having in his room? All you to know for sure is to put you on the spot. Jet. Because he bragged about it.
It has to be you! Jet, I need to ask you something.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh, I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning Speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know?
Batteries.
Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance.
Mm-hmm.
If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. That was a burn.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Oops.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like.
Oh. And what would be an easy way to get the battery in there? Probably the vent. And where does the vent lead? The freaking dining hall. And who wasn't playing? Ava! Yay!
All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. Good point. We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room, so unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery! I promise!
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut! Lifting a battery would hurt too much!
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Ah,
So it must have been
come
submerged another way.
on.
To what Eva described?
Was able to get it.
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But lifting a battery would hurt too much!
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen.
No, that's wrong!
Yeesh.
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Not on top, but maybe. Suspended over the generator.
I got it.
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended over.
Battery suspended by something, then the presence of that item starts to make a lot more sense. The cord.
This is it.
The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm is bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't?
What if it was someone else?
Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like... an object was holding the cord.
I got it.
Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord.
And who would have easy access to that? From the other side of the vent.
But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh, my head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Vent.
This is it. The killer tied the cord to the vent.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent.
Yeah.
By?
Letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Uh-huh. Don't rub it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessarily. Killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that. Wrapping it around the battery.
I got it.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
So much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How? Simple. By adjusting the cord's position. All the killer would need to utilize a certain aspect of the boiler room. The vent.
This is it. Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler room. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Yes.
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system. To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move. A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components.
Ava.
Which in turn
Ava.
caused electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who was standing in the water.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
Huh, she has a point. I mean... feels like trying to do V3's Chapter 1 better. Kind of, yeah. Because it's doing a similar complicated, like, mechanism to, like, get the killing done.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
Because, like, the V3 one was, like, a complicated, like, mechanism to get the shot put going down the library books and all that. Like, it's a similar sort of deal.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right. When you described opening the boiler room vent.
Then when you take that Damon
can
dying
keep your
this
fingers
chapter and
between the
switching to Ava
grates,
would have been better. Like,
there's no
come
damn
on,
way
Gift
you
of
can't
God
fit a cord.
expelling the snake demon from the garden. Yeah.
Exactly. After which,
Yeah.
you can slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end for the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
Actually... Oh, my God.
Hello?
What is it now?
God damn it.
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
Plus Ultimate Liar player character instead of Master Debater over here. Yes. Yes. Like, okay. Everyone basically wanted Kaede to be the actual player character. So why not subvert that by having Ava be the player character after his death?
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never
I think
involved,
I fucked it
or
up.
it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Yeah, I think I fucked it up.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
I'll cut through those words!
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in Storage Closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
Oh my guy! It's not that crazy to think about.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Especially because, holy shit, trying to prove a murder, you got to witness as the murder victim, but only you, the player, had that knowledge, not Ava. Yeah.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the
Same thing
killer's
for a
intention.
fake-out protag as murderer. Yeah.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
What?
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer? How did I not realize it's... Damon! Damon! It should have been obvious where you were going!
So we can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jed, Mark, and John.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3. And Cass 2, I think? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
Remember participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's positions directly before the blackout. Problem is, I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. I never got a good look at the actual people around me. Got a good look. Wait, is that it? Well, I never got a good look at the others. I can still deduce their general positions, and if they were near me. Whether or not I heard them. Think, Damon, think. Who and what did I hear back then? It was you. The only person I never heard was you. Ah!
to be you!
We never should have gotten to this point.
The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing a game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone, except Ava. In fact, last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
I mean, yeah, he does. He does.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What plot holes?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
You got me there.
Where did Ava get rid of the cord? Sure, it's possible she knew to untie it at the right time. The blackout, obviously.
I got it.
Like, no one's gonna freaking see it.
The cord. You just untied it during the blackout.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds. The first sound was obviously the battery exploding.
Yes.
And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water. But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
Mm-hmm.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Tozy trinkets. I should have known.
Well, I think this is relatively well done for what it is, leading up to this point. I hate the decision still. I don't like it. I don't like it. It just puts her out of the way, and, like, it feels like they didn't want to, like, expand upon her, and I hate that.
I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would tell Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal. She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the core through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the conversation continue like this. Ava did, in fact, have a way to reach the vent. All she had to use the boxes. Like, yeah. Duh.
Ava grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform and placed it next to the generator.
That's setting myself up. Removing a box would reduce the amount of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
Flexing your mathematical prowess, I see.
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, since there's so few of them to start with. But he never noticed anything, because there were just as many boxes as there were last time.
Couldn't you just move the box back after using it?
Then the underside of the box would be wet, which it wasn't.
This I can confirm. My notes on the box's exteriors mention nothing about watermarks.
These boxes.
This is it. Ava, to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room. There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
Ah. She would have known about those boxes in advance, too. Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
She just used the boxes! It doesn't matter which boxes I chose! It doesn't matter! She used boxes! Stupid!
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator.
Then why did you say that when I did it with the other boxes? Like, there's literally nothing else there. As long as you use the boxes, you've done it.
And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh yeah, you're right. If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
How do they know that? How do they know that for sure? How do they know that? For sure. Like, come on. Really?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit.
Can it, you four-eyed troll! You can't talk your way out of this one! The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you and only you! Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise!
Yeah, no, I just hate this decision. Just
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang,
like,
exposed
no
you
matter
for the
how
snake you are.
well done
You
this
despise me
is,
because
I
of it.
don't like the
You
decision.
have a motive.
Perhaps our understanding
She
of the
should have
mechanism
been
is wrong. Maybe it wasn't
she
closing
should have
the vent
been
that
in the
triggered it,
story more.
But something else?
Just straight
Do
up.
you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happen to be.
No, that's wrong!
No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament. In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier, but the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa. Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
Jet! Stop!
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. You're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
Oops.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
After stacking the furniture.
I got it.
Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone. If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
'Cause Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me. I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating your trap.
Yay!
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents. After going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent. She heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
That threw me for a loop for a second. Because bed and vent sounded really similar when he said it.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
Shut up!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position. You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout.
Eh?
Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall. However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range.
Yeah.
Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
More than likely.
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall, some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Ava probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still. Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m., but it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did we overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
That's right, standing up would look really suspicious. Exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem.
This is it. The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. To close the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition.
Oops.
Well, am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine.
God damn it, Desmond.
I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
She had Desmond's blackmail.
I got it. Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, I could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room, because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Because you told him! You told him about it! God damn it!
Oh, yeah. He read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things.
You You know what would have been cool here? You know what would have been cool here? She reversed it on him. What if we were playing the killer this whole damn time? And Damon was just making this shit all up to make Ava look like the freaking killer. What would have been cool here is they pull the rug out from under you from here and make you think Damon was telling the truth this entire damn time. That way you would be seeing everything from a fake perspective. That would have been a cool way to, like, say everything here. Like, what if Ava was actually right in just saying that everything here was just lies pointed out by Damon? What if he was actually the one that set everything up? Like, I don't know. There could have been something cool there, but no, we got this.
The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
They literally are talking about it right now, and she could have pulled the rug out from under us, and then we switch perspective to her. Like, God.
The hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know. You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye on the not killing each other stuff?
On Wolfgang.
Eh?
Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did. But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation!
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop.
I mean, she's fucking right.
I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally. But in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness. Which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, this could have been so fucking cool. This could have been so fucking cool. Where they like I literally just said, they could have pulled the rug out from under you right here and made Ava actually the one that's correct. They could have fucking done that. And then switching to her perspective would have been so fucking cool, because it would be like, guess who was the actual fucking snake in the garden? Damon.
Oh gosh.
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Ava really never trusts me? You don't have any reason for anyone to trust you at all! God, it could have been so fucking cool if they did what I just said, though. Fuck.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture. As requested.
Yep. Yep. This bit right here. That is why Wolfgang was having his... This is exactly why he was having his hallucination. Diane looks like his mother.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports.
But why his parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
I mean, I know exactly what they're going with. They're going with the fact that, like, he lashed out because he felt like he couldn't save his mother from being killed by his father.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise.
Oh, don't give me this bullshit! It was a complete lie! Just... don't fucking give me that. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. That is the point of his fucking character. Ugh. He was not a saint as he showed himself to be. He had a sheep on his freaking suit. His name was Wolfgang. So, he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And the words that were written on the blackmail note were like father, like son. I don't have the specific wording right now, but the sheep has the wolf's mind. So, wolf in sheep's clothing. Come on.
Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people.
Did he? Did he fucking really?
And maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth!
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered.
This is not fucking Damon anymore. What do you mean? This is not fucking Damon anymore. Unless he's literally just pulling the freaking inspirational bullshit out of his ass.
Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed!
God!
We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having!
I hate this fucking direction so bad. I hate it.
Wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me, or anything else.
It is odd that we place faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone? Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, The things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd
I
arrive at the same conclusion
genuinely
anyway.
hate this direction. It's literally just doing it so we can get Ava out of the way.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then you all still think I'm the killer?
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that.
Angie!
Yes! My ears!
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room? It's not as if I could listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks, so it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Ava!
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair! Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
I hate this fucking direction. But God, are they putting their freaking heart to... They are putting their freaking heart into this. Oh. But now we'll never be able to freaking hear it again in this stand. In this.
Over the music.
I got it. The
Fuck.
only way the killer would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
The camera.
This is it. It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
It's the game console.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
Bad. Argument, altercation. Bullet hell extravaganza. Oh. Oh boy. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. We are in a bullet hell. We are in a fucking bullet hell. Why is Ava so hot in all of her art? Because they clearly thought she was hot. Like, you got this little sprite work here. And with, like, Damon being, like, this tiny little guy. And then you got this Ava here. Biblically accurate giantess Ava. Okay. Okay. It's basically they're shooting down their statements until I get to the end, basically. It's basically the shoot until I damage. Yes, this is replacing the rhythm minigame. This is what they were talking about. That they were going to change the minigames to what you're getting. Well, to what you're used to getting. But this time it's a bullet hell. I'm gonna hate where this is gonna fucking go, but maybe it's a fun little minigame, I don't know. Argument altercation.
I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof.
Oh my god! It is a bullet hell! Oh my god!
This isn't fair. This isn't fair. It's
Oh
Damon
my
who's
god!
suspicious. I didn't see any. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything.
Oh my god!
This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone?
Yeah, I see why they want you to slow down.
Who cares?
Because,
about
like,
the
it's a
camera?
lot.
Who cares about the camera? Damon, I thought you trusted me.
Fuck.
Who cares about the camera? There's no proof.
Whoa, 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 no, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. What was that?
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone?
Christ.
Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera?
Oh, it's Toho now. Oh, shit.
Anything. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Why won't you believe me? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
Oh my god.
Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? How could I access the security camera?
Ava's personal game.
I didn't see anything.
Oops.
I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help.
Help! Let me shoot it!
Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair.
Oh!
This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? How could I access the security camera? Ugh. Why would I kill anyone?
Wait, wait. Ah!
Why would I kill anyone?
I was very confused on that bit, honestly. Come on, let's do that again.
I didn't see anything.
Come on, baby!
I just wanted to help.
Come on, baby!
Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Damon, I thought you trusted me.
That honestly...
Why would I kill anyone?
That honestly breaks my heart, though.
This isn't fair. Ouch. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair.
No. No.
I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why won't you believe me?
Fuck.
Who cares about the camera?
Why is it slow?
Who cares about the camera?
I forgot. I was in slow. Oops.
I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious.
Bing!
It's Damon who's suspicious.
Objection!
Who cares about the camera?
Bang!
This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious.
Woo!
Who cares about the camera? How could I access the security camera? I didn't see
What do you
anything.
mean? What?
There's
I
no
did
proof
that right.
I
What do you
killed
mean?
Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I told you so.
Oh my god. Hang on. How did I fucking get that? How did I fuck that up, though?
This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera?
I'm pretty sure I got that right. What?
Why would I kill any? Why would I kill anyone?
Something's up here. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, baby.
This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair.
No, my bullet.
Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Damon, I thought you trusted me.
Yeah, mess with my freaking heart more. Thanks.
Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, yeah.
Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera?
Darling, please.
Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone?
Let me freaking shoot you, darling.
Believe me. It's Damon who's this isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair.
Bang!
I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares if
Bang!
How could I access the security camera? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera?
What do you mean?
Who cares about the camera?
Oh, do I have to do it like fast? Is that why? Is that why I've been fucking up? Wait.
I just wanted to help. Why would
Christ.
I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see
I know.
anything.
I know.
There's
I've been
no proof
doing
I
that.
killed Wolfgang. How could I access the security camera? Lame. Who cares about the camera?
Oh, I did the wrong one.
I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help.
Please.
Why would I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. How could I access the security camera?
It's over. Ava, we know the truth.
No! Don't kill me!
What you said was true, Ava. Whether or not the trap works depends on if the killer can see inside the boiler room.
I liked that, but like, fuck. You're gonna make me fucking cry over this, and I'm gonna hate the direction from here on out.
Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle. If I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out. The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Uh-huh.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
I think okay, I'm gonna take a moment here, is that no matter how well executed this is, especially that bit there, fuck. I think this is just an awful direction to go in. Why did Ava need to be the one? Why? Why? Why could we not have her still be here? Let alone be the protagonist. Let Damon take the fall. Maybe he wants to take the fall. I don't know. I would have probably preferred it that way, where Damon takes the fall for everyone else to get rid of his superiority complex. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but it would fit way better.
So he played live footage of the room?
Why does Ava need to take the fall? Of all the people.
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong,
just
Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
What about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall.
I guess
and
at
the
this
rooms
point,
respectively.
what's the execution gonna be?
However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms.
And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there.
Which means, it must still be on her person.
Fuck!
Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
I will give this track the thing that it is probably intending. It's triumphant, yet sad. Like, I don't think that the writers here hate Ava. I do not think they do. But I feel like the decision they've made here is a bad one. For how much I've come to care for Ava because of this chapter, it feels like they're just throwing her away. And I really, really do not like that. It's honestly horrid.
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
But we have to finish it.
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me. You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey, calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
It's like they saw the Kaide and the backlash to Kaide and were like, yeah, we're doing this. Like, I do not think they hate Ava. I do not think they do. The problem is the way that what they're doing here feels like they do. Which is probably the problem here.
Yes! Show us the console and then you'll be done with this!
I don't know. It also feels like, what if Sayaka killed Leon?
No! Eh? I don't have to show anyone anything.
I don't know what happened behind the scenes. At this point, it would be just speculation. But this definitely feels like there was like so many decisions happening behind the scenes. We've just ended up with this scenario. Almost like there was like just a mess in the production.
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
I can't be certain what happened, but I do not like the direction that it's going.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
I love Ava. I love Ava very much, but they could have done so much more with her instead of just throwing her away like this, and
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird, coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain his console?
the pachinko machine.
We should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gachapon.
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further.
Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic! You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure, if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time. And once all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer. Once and for all.
Well, they had the glasses on the frickin' figure, I guess. Where do I change pages again? Oh wait, right, it's E. Closing the vents. Where the hell does that go? Oh, it's that one. Right, right. I thought it was for something else entirely. Letters from the killer, so that's all the way over here. The syringe. What did the killer use to drug Wolfgang? The syringe. Yeah. I mean, I've heard there's, like, something crazy about the execution. I don't know. I've heard something about it, but I don't know the details. Car battery. The sealer till from Jet's dorm room, the car battery, taser. I think that was on the floor. The killer. Wolfgang. Diana.
This is how it happened.
This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
These are definitely well drawn. Like, I'm not going to deny their efforts in, like, what they've made. Just, there are so many things they could have done better. I'm not gonna deny, like, the talent on display at the very least.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang. Hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby. And how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears, since it confirmed their plan was working. The killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism, the killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which been stolen from Jet's room.
Like I've said, like, in
Imagine the battery must have been sitting on
I've
top
said
of
this
the
before
generator.
in, like,
Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close
in
to
my
the
Discord server before, but, like, I do like that they have all of the students, like, discussing it. It's a very nice detail instead of just, like, having the protagonist do it.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
It feels like they're, like, all coming to, like, the same conclusion, and, like, I don't know. I like that as... I do like that as, like, a change, instead of just having Makoto or Hajime or Shuichi do it. Like, I feel like that takes away a lot from, like, the idea that they're supposed to be working together on solving this.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the
Whereas
boiler room
this
vent
feels
and
more
out
like
the other
they're
end into the
working
dining
together
hall.
on it.
So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
I'm gonna do a save here just in case. Because if I'm gonna keep playing this, I mean, yeah, they aren't working together usually because they're usually, like, fighting each other. They're, like, fighting each other over, like, oh, this is how it went down. This is how it went down. I'm blaming you. Like, It's like that.
Their intentions were threefold. Create an alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today. Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
I mean, yeah.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it, as well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker next to the vent, because it would drown out the fight which was going to happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m., so that's when I got to the boiler room. I made sure to close the door behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in!
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery, only the blinking security camera. And then, Wolfgang, he got up on his feet all of a sudden, and he started crying and saying these weird things. I tried to keep him calm and asked him to come over to me, which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he perceived you as a threat.
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity. Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water.
I will admit that was a very good transition.
The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was
like
likely
they are
banking
doing
on
their
as a way to
damnedest
destroy
with
evidence.
these panels.
All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing murder.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling around in the dark.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside. But you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in her room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result. This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair. That person is you, Ava Sunaka. It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair.
Fuck! Now you're gonna get me crying.
My blood is rushing!
Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. You have seen beyond the foul lies of this scorned mathematician, and delivered the honorable truth with wit and aplomb.
Well done.
This is worthy of praise. Allow me to award you success with...
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up? Without Tozu's mad ramblings, the trial room had gone completely silent. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. Ah, I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so now you wish to know why done it.
Such a spoilsport.
Very well. Every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would be loath to break tradition at this stage. Hell.
There must be something.
Eva, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
Shut! Wait. That's a bug. That's a accidental. Come on, speak up. You have nothing to lose now. Oh, yeah, it's bugged. It's bugged. It's bugged. Oops. The Damon's not saying all this. It was Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it.
This is...
What?
You...
You've been working with Tozu this entire time?
Such disrespect.
Me and her? Oh, please. Her plan was to secretly infiltrate the Killing Game. She wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously. Ultimate liar. Talk about on the nose. No, Ava is just as much of a kidnappee as the rest of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up! You let her get away with breaking the rules. That's a proof enough you're in cahoots.
Holy!
Ava broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property.
Fuck you!
Why the fuck was I punished for chunking a rock at a camera, but Ava wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator?
Shit.
Is Ava the exception that rule was talking about? What? Desmond tapped the screen of his trinket and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he located the Killing Game's rules. Okay, yeah, everyone take a look at the second rule. It's 'cause she killed... during it. Students are not allowed to vandalize any official Killing Game property, such as the cameras and Tozu trinkets. Exceptions may apply. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Ava wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception?
Stop lying!
You can explain how, or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
Well, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Ava destroyed the generator while committing a murder.
What's all this about?
Are you saying Ava has special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was just what destroyed the generator. Meaning the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is why Ava was accused for breaking it. Excused for breaking it.
Slow down.
Yo, that can't really be the reason, can it? Yes, it is.
I see, I see.
And if it were...
Brutal.
You...
I see. Ava believes she would count as an exception to the rule. Which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator.
What?
She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed?
That ain't it.
Without confidently Ava executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about it, Tozu? Did you ever share that information with her?
Who? Me?
A desperate killer is much like a hungry seal, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The mere implication of a loophole ignites their senses, and they are as desperate people always do. They'll shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer your question, yes, Ava approached me with the same questions your friends are asking now. And yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously, that's so unfair!
Pathetic.
Unfair. Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked the professor to help on an assignment? Sure, your professor will do the work for you. But they'll be happy to clear any confusion you might have. And why did Ava say you made her kill Wolfgang? I suppose you could say, Ava and I made a deal.
Huh?
Deal? What kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game. Oh.
Impossible!
But why did it need to be her, though? Why her? In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, she will receive a special perk.
Plot twist!
The traitor perk!
Holy!
What do you mean, traitor perk? The tablet Ava has? She refused to show it to us when we asked. Mind you that a host simply cannot hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean by earn it? You recall that little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about a secret lurking inside. Secret, were you referring to the traitor perk?
Well done.
Indeed, I was. When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pin pad. Gosh, you're talking about that big door found tucked behind a shell.
I see.
I was hiding the traitor perk all along. I didn't even figure out the password to the pin pad, though. She entered a bunch of random numbers until it, finally worked. Mathematician.
Well,
Four-digit code would have thousands of potential combinations. As Ava encountered an unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing that code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
How did she get access to the traitor perk? Only one way. Only one way could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with that poster, isn't it? Serious poster in the pharmacy. Yeah, what poster?
Well done.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy's rooms is a poster that reveals the code to the pin pad.
For real?
No.
That poster revealed the code, though. 1010. I knew it had to be important somehow. The visuals made sense, which is exactly why it caught my attention. I didn't know what to do with that information, how to decipher what I was seeking. 1010.
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really was.
Plot twist!
An equation. Every detail is deceitful. Those exclamations of grandeur may in fact be towards a certain something's nature, and that large star a stand-in for a coordinate plane. Oh boy. Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to that precious pin was after all being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents' parents, the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Sick and twisted!
But you told me you couldn't understand the poster.
Why the long face?
Of course she did. That equation is key to the trader perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over.
Shit.
So the trader perk was Ava's reward for solving the puzzle?
Anybody?
Even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet.
Who? Me?
I assure you it's a very handy thing to have. You see, this trader perk allows the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Ava's person right now.
Damn it.
Right. You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which was how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud.
It was weird Ava wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't know it was actually wired to the school cameras.
But then...
Because I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room. Because Ava was watching me.
What? Nonsense.
You no-go Yoshi with your kidnapper. Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. I either take his deal and give him myself a chance to escape, or would die here with the rest of you.
You.
Selfish attitude is why we're ended up here in the this mess. We promised to make it out of here together. You hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled this situation. Might have been made progress on escaping.
Hang on.
Even if I didn't kill, someone else would have eventually. Well, maybe it should have been someone else. If they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They cry and snivel and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing Tozu's game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. I thought a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food, we had shelter, all we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place.
Stop it!
I would have died first! It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd make, while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence. He would have. He fucking would have. And you all would have believed him.
Whoa.
It's not.
Shut up!
Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst. I hope you all rot here.
Bro?
You really let me down.
Ugh.
You think a few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? None of you actually care about me. None of you! I've never been anything to anyone.
Huh?
What do you mean? Really is the same in here as it is out there. I am always the one that people hated. I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to do. I was the prodigy student that the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right. But I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me, because they wanted the love I received. What they thought was love. Despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted to be. But I wanted to return to normality. It'd be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now, when I try to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. I cared.
I don't understand.
Ava, I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Ava, why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
It didn't mean anything. Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. You know what? That is a completely valid reason to not care about what she was saying. That is a completely valid reason, because if you truly wanted to support Ava, you would not agree with everything Wolfgang said. Because what Wolfgang was doing was isolating her from everyone else. Like, I honestly feel like Ava is completely right here. Like, Diana really should have just not even bothered supporting him if she wanted to support Ava. Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserved it.
No.
I let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium.
How can you believe that?
Why did you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel. She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case. Stands to reason they would be mentioned here too. They ever realized that she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
This bullshit already. So Ava's a privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucks. Who cares? Grace? Shut the fuck up. No matter what Ava did here, I'm on her fucking side. Fuck y'all. Y'all don't know jack shit about what she's gone through.
Fuck you!
Sheesh.
doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent. Even she must know how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
Eva didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought he was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the true class trial. Winona, you don't give a shit about anyone. You hate unions. I can't fucking trust you.
My thoughts exactly.
Cool. Cool. You're an idiot. These people are fucking idiots. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
Anyway, Ava isn't the only one who's vulnerable. These people are fucking idiots! Y'all can't believe shit out of Ava because you won't give her a fucking chance. Y'all suck. She deserved better. It does. It does. Doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. Because of the perk. Tozu told me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
Nonsense!
Who? Me?
Guilty as charged.
Dude, no!
Tozu never told me the number of days I had left. Just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something. You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have all done the same.
Worthless.
Desmond, shut the fuck up. Y'all are not giving her the benefit of the fucking doubt here.
No!
Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel less bad about killing me. Also, the name of the chapter, Beneath the Veil of a Hypocrisy. She's fucking right, though. Ava's fucking right.
Dumbass!
Alright. This soap opera was entertaining, but I realized it's time to change the channel. Don't tell me you're actually going to.
Holy.
All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to churn alive. Whir machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, raw and loud, rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony.
The show must go on.
Ahem. Do not avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of the budget went into this. No, I don't.
I won't believe.
My
blood is rushing.
To the victor go the spoils. Hail the honorable dead, avenged at last. I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin.
I want to live. I deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live!
And now we present the execution of Ava Suna. Hi, Mara. Hi, Ava. Enjoy the show. Oh, here it is. No. Fiery furnace of affliction. Great. And let me guess, it's gonna go faster and faster until it just pulls her in. Or that. Oh, great, now it's stairs. Oh, fuck. Great. Oh, it's fucking... It's fucking Sisyphus. The girl. From the prequel case, from the prologue case. And now, she's just fucking gone. Thanks.
I can't handle it!
entire body had seized up. Couldn't move a single limb, couldn't even say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare. My mind at a complete and total loss.
There's no way.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Ava put up quite a fight for a second there. She almost had me believing we'd underestimated her.
Moving on.
I'll be damned.
Do this, forcing these innocent people to kill each other.
Terrible. Just
So
terrible.
judgmental. Need I remind you that this is a student-on-student warfare?
Get out.
Shut up already.
I can't believe it.
Oh, shit! I can't be like this.
This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced. But now it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. Can't lie to myself again.
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never going to be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. Him. Wolfgang. I just dragged him out of the water. I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa.
I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness, I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how it is.
Kindness! Kindness! Out of that man? No! Fuck you! There is no kindness in that man's heart. He would be kind if he didn't treat Ava like shit. Fuck you. Hang on. I'm gonna, like, go for a moment. Kill him. Just get me a moment. Just... what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean? Wolfgang was not kind to her. He was a fucking asshole to her. Do not give me that fucking bullshit. Fuck you. Like, she was fucking right. Ava was fucking right. If you did not support Wolfgang, you would have helped so much for Ava. You would have helped Ava so much. Just fuck you. I can't save Wolfgang then at the very least. I can live for him.
This.
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck off. Fuck off. Stop with this bullshit. Wolfgang was just as much of a fucking problem. Diana and Kai will be Wolfgang and Ava going forward, bet. Just... do not fucking praise Wolfgang just because he inspired you. Just because he was kind to you does not mean he was kind to everyone else. He was awful towards Ava, especially, but also towards Damon. He isolated them. Fuck that guy. Fuck him.
Believe me.
If you follow Wolfgang, you are against Ava and Damon. Just fuck y'all.
Pardon me.
Like, I don't give a shit if you felt inspired by him when he just threw 2 people in the trash. Fuck you. That's why I don't even want to voice this right now, because, like, I'm fucking pissed.
Like a chameleon, I will adapt.
Oh, don't give me this shit. In any other fucking thing, I would have, like, been all for this. But after what they've done to Ava, this is shit.
I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish.
Oh, no. No, 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 no.
Something new.
No. This is so ass. Oh my god.
Hold on.
Ahem. Maybe you should have been better about it with Ava then. Nyah!
We won't back down.
See, that would have been inspirational if you actually gave a shit about them. About Ava.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm not gonna even take what you said into account, Winona, because, like, fuck you.
What?
Can this get any worse?
It seems your peers aren't much in the mood for heroic monologues.
Moving on.
Ay.
Mm-hmm.
Get lost.
Ingrates. Good evening.
Yeah, goodbye.
Isn't this lovely?
Uh-huh. Can we just not talk right now? Let's just not talk. Wait, let's just not talk because of how shit we have ended up. Let's just not. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched on their faces. It was clear today's events would not be easily forgotten. And then there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over. The devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder. The trial. Ava dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. It had all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. Why would you take that to heart of all the ones? Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! It pissed me off! Oh my fucking god! Fuck! It pissed me. He did not give a shit about that. Fuck. Fuck, man. Anyway, we never get to hear Ava again. Sucks. Big sucks. We have gone in such a bad direction. Fucking Christ. Not really. No. This sucks. This fucking sucks. No matter what I can praise right now, like the visuals and shit like that. Fuck. That was so bad. You could have done so much better with her. You could have done No, I'm not writing an essay. It's all gonna be here where I can vocalize it. Just... They could have done so much to let Ava just exist in this. Not even necessarily what I said. I said that you could have gone, like, in a way where you had Damon become the fall. You can have Damon take the fall. Like, why does Ava need to take the fall for this? You could have had anything. You could have had anyone take the fall. Literally anyone. You know what would have been funny? Have Wolfgang take the fall. Have him take the fall. Literally just have him be out to be the shittiest person there. Because after chapter 1, after hearing all that shit in the trial, Wolfgang murdering Damon would be dope. And then you can get rid of Wolfgang and be like, you see who you have been idolizing? You have been idolizing this piece of shit murderer. He was acting all kind in front of you and all that shit, and it's like, no! He didn't give a shit about you at all. He just wanted out. And he got rid of the weak link. So she's in the middle of Ava's murder plot, and she has to explain, well, yes, I was planning on killing Wolfgang, but, yeah, Wolfgang did it first. I don't even know if I'm gonna keep playing after this. That honestly pissed me off. Genuinely. Like, Wolfgang is, like, one of the worst people there. Do it for Tozu. I'd only do it for Tozu. I've literally lost practically all of my motivation outside of him. Like, losing Ava is basically like losing everything else that I cared about in this frickin' game. Like, as much as I like Eloise and, like, a couple of the other characters, it's like, I don't think that's enough to carry the game. I really don't. It's like... Yes, it's like losing Kyoko. You're basically losing so much by losing one of your most interesting characters. Because I genuinely like the idea of her just being... Well, okay. Maybe I should clarify on that front, is that, like... I think they can do what they did with her, but not make it a joke. Because, to a degree, it feels like a joke. but yet they go out of their way to sympathize with her, which makes it feel... It makes it feel just... It makes it come off as hypocritical from a writing standpoint. Like, I think you could have done something to where, like, sure, maybe her talent is some, like, random one that, like, she does not care about. All that little stuff that she talked about where, like, she's just feels like she's alone in this world because, like, no one cares about her outside of this freaking mathematician shit. Of course she feels like shit. But why does she need to take the fall for it? Why does she need to die for this? It's like... Out of all the characters you could have killed off, why the most interesting one you have? Why? Literally tell me why. Are you planning on trying to, like, improve the other characters for it? I don't think that's gonna be worth it. I don't think it's gonna be worth it for that. It's really not gonna be worth it for doing that. It's like if I lost Kyoko or, like, if I lost Himiko or something. Like, I'm glad Himiko survived and shit in, like, V3, but it's just... You look at that game, and it's like... If you lose someone like Himiko, it's like... Oh... It would be a disaster. It would be a big fucking disaster. Like, as much as I hate many bits in, like, the later Danganronpa games, the decision here is, like, fucking awful. You killed off one of your most interesting characters, and now it's gonna be hard to stay motivated for, like, everything after it. And... that sucks. That genuinely sucks. Because, like... What? We're gonna... I don't know how long it's gonna take for, like, every other chapter at this point. I imagine it's probably gonna be a tad bit easier, because, like, they got, like, the foundation for everything handled. But even then, it's like... What do you do? What do you do after Ava's death? Realistically. Maybe I'm willing to, like, see where they go with that, but... Yeah, it's... Because, like... We had the prologue in 2022, right? This came out... Yeah, Chiaki is killed in Chapter 5 for a reason. Because it's near the end of the game. Yeah, like we had the prologue in, like, 2022. Yes, you're so invested that losing Blorbo from your game isn't going to stop. But then, because of this, you lose your Blorbo, like, this early on, it's gonna be like... How am I gonna be motivated for, like, any future chapters? How? How? How do I get motivated again when the chapters are gonna be coming out in, like, every, like, 1 or 2 years? How do you stay motivated with that? Yeah. It's a free fan game. So realistically, at that point, it's just, how do I stay motivated for future chapters after losing someone so important to my investment? Like, we spend so much time with Ava. Why do you have to kill her off? I mean, that's also, like, partially my problem with Danganronpa's, like, general structure. Okay, look. Well, I think some characters are, like, willing enough to kill. I mean, yeah, for the same for Sayaka. It's like... I think the main thing is that Danganronpa has, like, at least multiple characters you can invest yourself in. Maybe, like, one, like, maybe, like, a few, at the very least. No matter, like, who's your favorite or whatever. But... I don't know. The fact that this is so early on is, like... It's a bummer. It's a big bummer. And, like, it makes it hard for me to be motivated. Yes. But since, you know, the one that I cared about is the murderer, it's like, oh, great. Now I'm just fucking devastated. Yeah, like, it's that. It's like, but now that I'm, like, gonna have to wait for the next chapter, it's like, everything is gonna set in at that point, and I'm just gonna be really demotivated. I'm gonna be freaking... I'm gonna be thinking about her death for a while, and it's like, what could have been? Where we could have gone if she just lived. There are just so many parts. Yes, they hit you with the demotivation machine. Like, I don't have a problem with, like, this chapter release schedule as, like, a concept. But it's like, you need to be thinking about, like, how it's going to make people feel over the course. You need to be thinking about how invested people are going to be. And if they were invested in someone like Ava, holy fuck, you're gonna be shit out of luck with, like, every other chapter from then on. Because, like, how are they gonna be motivated to just keep continuing? I don't fucking know. It's just... Like I said, I generally hate a lot of the structure of, like, Danganronpa. In regards to, like, killing specific characters that, like, you're invested in. I mean, I understand it. I understand that's how the frickin' series is. That's just how it is. But it gets incredibly frustrating when you just lose your main motivation for continuing. With, like, Zero Escape, with, like, Zero Escape and, like, I can like at least be happy in the fact that like it's not permanent. It never was permanent. Death is never permanent in those games. However, they do not take away from the feeling that like the emotions can still hit you hard in those games, like without a fucking doubt. Because like during like certain routes, it's like, oh shit, I'm invested in these characters. I don't want them to get hurt, but this route makes them get hurt. So you like, I guess the main thing is that like you still get like the consequences in those games. You still get the consequences and see where certain routes can end up. I don't know. I like that style more, but that's mostly just because like I really, really, really love the Uchi Koshi style of storytelling. That's more just me though. It's what I prefer over Danganronpa. And it's not that I hate Danganronpa. I don't think I do. I just kinda I get so frustrated with so much of the formula that I just get really tired. And I think this fan game kind of really brings that anger out in me. Especially now where like my motivation to play is just practically gone. But I guess we'll see what happens with, like, the next fucking chapter. Not that I care right now. I'm fucking pissed. I'm genuinely fucking pissed. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I guess we got another fucking game we can play next time. See you in 2 years! It's probably gonna be a bit faster than that, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows if I'm even gonna be interested at that point? Probably not. I mean, yeah, probably. Like, I am genuinely pissed off after that. And I need, like, something to, like, help me be a little bit happier. Like, we got to play Dead Rising 4. But I can let that slide for a little while, because, like, I'm pissed off and depressed right now. She could have deserved so much fucking better, man. She could have deserved so much fucking better! Thanks for the fucking depression. Something, I'm probably just gonna, like, hang out in, like, VR chat for a while, because, like, meh. Anyway, yeah. We've been going for way too fucking long today. I've been talking for too long. Let's just end it here, and then we'll come back to it when... We'll come back to... I'll think about it. Whenever the next freaking chapter comes out, I'll think about it. Because maybe I'm just gonna turn that into a freaking personal-only thing, where I, like, do it on my, like, own freaking Discord server or something. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll figure it out. So, yeah, Ape Escape next time. Hope y'all have a good rest of your night, and we'll go from there on Friday. Have a good boy. Good boy. Good boy.